And welcome back. So in this video we're going to be coding up the navbar components and the navbar itself, and also the loader. So let's take a look at the files that you can download from this video's downloadable files. So they're going to be like as follows. So you will have the starting files.zip, download that and extract it, and inside you'll have something called loader. Alright, let's take a look what we have here. So let's open this. So we have this one, right? Alright, so let's create a new folder inside our components called loader. So loader, just like that, right? And now let's go over here. Let's click rename, copy the name, and inside this one let's paste it. So new file, paste.jsx. And inside here we want to copy all of this code. So this is just simple Tailwind CSS that we have a loader over here that says loading or error. Alright, if we go on our website and we take a look at the, so not localhost but the real deployed one, we go inside watches. When our database is sleeping, you will have something called like this. So loading, this is the first state that it has, then fetched product. So this is what we're doing, this loading component. Alright, and if our database wakes up, this is gonna show our product. So that's basically what this is. And this one can also display dynamic errors because the error is inside here. Alright, and we are passing the error down here. So this is what we're doing here, and we can close this component is done. There is no logic there, so we're not gonna bother much there. We can just close it like that. So now let's go over to the navbar component, navbar folder. Here we have something called admin drawer. So let's go and copy this, rename. So control, copy the name. Let's go over here, and inside the navbar we want to create this file. So this.jsx. Now let's open it and let's get the starter code. So the starter code is going to be this. Copy it here, paste it, and now let's see. So the admin drawer is going to stay unchanged because this also is just a panel, right? If we take a look at the website, is this one. It's just a panel with 3 links inside. So if you want to add more links, you can go over here. You can replace all of these. Alright, and you can just say, instead of create product and orders and products, you can say, for example, insert product or my store's orders or something else that you want to do with your store. This is all customizable. Now let's go to the next one. It's gonna be the mobile menu. Let's leave the mobile menu and the navbar. Let's do what can we do? Or no, we can do them all and then we can test them out. So let's do the mobile menu. So copy here, let's create a new file and .jsx, and here let's open this one up, mobile menu. Let's get the starter code here and let's paste it. Alright, we can close the admin. Now what this one is, let's go over it real quick. So here we're passing down the is open, set menu, search, set search, search term, handle change, and all of these things from the navbar that we are going to be coding shortly. Alright, we're passing all of these down, and then we're getting the data, meaning the user that is logged in, from the user session, and we have done this, and we know what the sign out does, and we all know this, right? We have here React, use effect, we all know this, what this does. We have the link, the input, cart mobile. Alright, we have it from here. It's gonna be mobile menu, cart mobile. So this should be, alright, we will code this also next, because when we start our website we will see what components we are missing and we are gonna be creating them, and the navbar is gonna work. So we are importing these things, and then we have the data that we are checking which user is logged in. Then we have a handle search click. Alright, set search menu, the opposite of what it is. So if we go on the website, we click on this one and it sets this to true, so we can search for something, right? So we can search for something, and then if we click outside of it, we are setting it back to false. So this is what it does. it just modifies this state that lives inside the navbar. Then we have a simple use effect that checks the document.body.style and overflow, sets it to hidden or auto. That is all. And here you have just simple Tailwind CSS. Then we handle the search term over here, which is the value. So if we go over here, we search something here like this is going to be the new search term. And it is going to pass it to our navbar, where we're going to be making the request to our backend API. So this is what this does. Alright, it just collects the data and it displays the data accordingly. So it collects this search term and then shows the results based on the fetch that we are making from the navbar component, which we're going to do next. So this one is it. Alright, so, and this one also is the mobile menu. It works all the same, so we can go inside of mobile. Alright, it is basically the same. So here you have it. For example, if we click on it, we get the results. If we close it, those results disappear, and also we have the search input over here. So if we click, we set it back. Alright, if we click on it, we set it the opposite way. So this is what this is. We have the login over here, the profile. You can check it out over here. So let's search here, profile. Here we have it, profile, right? And then we have the username, then we have the sign out button. We have all of these over here. So this one is it. This one is done as well. We can close it now. And then we can move on to the navbar. So this is going to be the main logic. Let's copy this and let's paste it into our navbar component over here. So paste just like this. So let's go over what we have. So we are importing all of these things. So all of these things, the cart icon, the search drawer, product drawer, admin drawer, mobile menu, nav links, user section, from the components that are inside the navbar. And so far we only have done like a few, but we will do the other ones next. So let's code the logic over here and then we can see what we're doing inside the return statement. So we are in the navbar. Let's see, what do we need here? We need to configure the router, as we can see, of course, here. Let's say here const, right, router equals to use router. And then what we want to say here is const and data, and then we want to say session equals to use session. So we want to see who is logged in. Then we want to have a use state snippet, and here we want to say is open, set is open, and it's going to be set to false. Alright, so this one is here also present, as we can see. Then we have product open and set product open. So use state snippet, let's say here product open and set product open, and then it's going to be here false per default. Use state snippet. Then we want to say admin and set admin, and this is going to be also false. And then we have another one, admin panel mob meaning mobile. Use state snippet, so admin panel mob, here we have it, set admin panel mob, and this is going to be false. Then we have use state snippet, one more, this is going to be product mobile, set product mobile, and it's going to be false. So next one, search open, so use state snippet, search open, set search open, and false over here. Then the next one is category, so use state snippet and category, set category, and it's gonna be set to Rolex maybe. So next one is gonna be search term and set search term, so use state snippet search term, set search term, and this one is gonna be an object with search property, which is gonna be empty. Then we have the results array, so use state snippet and results array, set results array, and this is going to be set to a empty array. And then we have the first 12 items, which is going to be the first 12 items from the array. So let's say here const 12 items equals to results array dot slice, and it's going to be 0 and 12. So the first 12 items we want to display in our search or results. So you can have fewer or lesser or more or less. So for example here 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. You see, we are showing 12. So that's where you can change that. Next one, what we need to do is we need to set the searching. So use state snippet and then is searching, and set is searching, and this one is going to be false. And then we need the const user equals to session dot user. Now after this one we have a few arrow functions. Let's start with the first one. So let's say your const handle menu open equals to arrow function. Alright, after this one, here inside we want to say set menu open, no, set is open, sorry, set is open is going to be of is open, so the opposite of is open. Alright, after this one, what we want to do, let's give it some space over here. So here we want to say set product mobile. Alright, so const set this one equals to here, and then we want to say set product mobile. Set product mobile is going to be this one. So sorry, it's going to be this one. It's going to be the opposite of product mobile. And set product, let's go. Oh, so we cannot name it like that, huh? We need to add a 1 over here. So that's gonna do it. Then const set admin panel mobile here, so we don't mess with the scope. And then this is gonna be the set admin mobile to admin mobile, and this is gonna be the opposite. So now we need to go down and we can say set close menu. So const set menu close, sorry, set menu close is gonna be like this. And what this is gonna do is gonna say set is open with opposite of is open again. And then we have handle search click. So const handle search click, and this one is also going to be a function. So here. All right, and what this function is going to do is going to say set search search open. It's going to be true, and set product open. Set product open is gonna be false. Alright, now we need a debounce function. Oops, not that. So here we're gonna say function debounce. Alright, and inside here we want a function timeout equals to 100. You can set this as much as you want. So this is gonna be, and I will tell you what the debounce function is. So let timer, we have a constant, we have a variable, then a return function over here. We are spreading the arguments, and inside here we have a clear timeout that has the timer, and then what we have here is gonna be the timer equals to set timeout, which is gonna be in and of itself another function. And this function over here, what this is gonna do is gonna say function dot apply. Alright, function dot apply this, meaning this function, and the arguments, and this one is done. And after this one we can implement the timeout when we want this timeout to be. So what this debounce function does is, so that if somebody types real fast, alright, we don't search like a million times, so we overload our database, but we are searching every 100 seconds, every 1/10 of a second. Alright, we can make this also every 1 second. So, and you can see now this, wait, you can see this now. So oh no, so this is the live website, I'm sorry. We are gonna check this out. Failed to fetch products, okay. Alright, so we are going to be taking a look at this in the live website, but basically what this function does, it doesn't let people abuse our website. It only searches or makes a request to our backend API every 1/10 of a second, not like a million times a second, right? Because our database cannot handle that and it would break down. So this is a safety mechanism. That's what the debounce function is, and you can learn more of these on your own if you want, but this is how you do it. So after we have that one, we have to say const debounce search. Alright, gonna be debounce search, and here we're gonna be having the debounce function, and inside we're gonna be having the current search term. Let's see, current search term. Do we have a current search term over here? Or let's say current search term. Alright, and it's gonna be here handle search, no, handle submit, handle submit. I think we need to okay, we can create this later. So handle submit is going to be here with the current search term. So the debounce function can stay like this now. Now what we can do is the const handle change. This is going to be arrow function that has the event, and then we can say here const, we can get the name and value, and you know by now how we get this, e.target. So that's there, and then we say set search term, and it's gonna be the previous tail because we don't want to lose that, right? And after this one is gonna be another brackets inside the object, and here we want to say spread the previous state, and also we want the name from the value. So we want to set the name with the value that is corresponding by our inputs. All right, and after we have, so we have 1 bracket, 2 bracket, 3, we can do this, and here we can say debound search with the value, and we are done. So we can save this. After this one, we can finally do the handle submit, and we can make an API call to our backend. So const handle submit equals to asynchronous function. This is very important, with a search over here. All right, asynchronous function, so that it can run on its own. It's not blocked by the other functions. And we say if there is no search, we simply return, we don't do anything. Set is searching to true. All right, then we want to have a try catch block, and here we want to say set is searching to false over here, and we want to lock the error. All right, and inside the try block we want to say const response equals to await. We can use the await now because we are inside the asynchronous function, so we can await a promise, and this promise is going to be the Axios dot get, and this one is going to be dynamically made to API slash products slash, let's get our search over here. So as you remember, we did this inside products and search. This is going to be hitting that route, and then what we want to do from here, so that one is done, and set is searching is going to be false because we're not searching anymore. And if we have a response dot status of 200, all right, everything is good, then we want to say set results array with the response dot data, and we are populating our search. So this one is done now, and after this one we can have the handle search close. So const handle search close that we need is going to be another arrow function over here, very simple this time. Set search open to false, and set is open to false. So set search open, no sorry, set search open to false, and set is open false. All right, so then we have a use effect snippet over here. Let's go down like that, and here we go. So we can remove this dependency and say here search term, so search term. Every time the search term changes, we want to make a request to our database. So if we say here search term dot search is not empty, then we want to say handle submit, make a request. So this one is going to make a request to our database if the search term is not empty, and it's going to be the search term here dot search that we pass inside. And here we want to have another if statement. If search not search term dot search is empty, then what do we want to do? We want to set results array to an empty array. So here we go, we have our fail-safes, and then let's see what we have inside this component. So we have is open, we have the X and the menu, but depending on if it is open, so we have this menu over here and the X. If we toggle those, we toggle each other. We are toggling those. Then we have the search drawer, all right, that we're gonna have, that we have from the components that we still need to create. Alright, and inside the search drawer we are passing down the search open, search term, handle change, and all of these. Then we have the product drawer, we will create this, and we're passing down the values. We have an image over here, alright, the logo and everything. Then you have the navbar links, we're going to create this. Cart icon, we're going to create this. User section, we're going to create this. The admin drawer, we're going to create this. Then we have the mobile menu that we just created, right? So we have the mobile menu, you see, and we're getting a bunch of things back from here. As you can see, we're getting all of these. So all of these are coming from here. All right, for example, the results array. After we search something, it handles the handle search, the handle submit function over here. It goes to our database, makes a request to our API, gets back the data, sets them to our corresponding state, and then passes that down to this component. So this is what we're doing, so you can learn how to pass values down as well. You name it exactly here as you do here, and you can have access to the value that is living inside this component in those below it. So after this one, what we can do is we can go and nav link. So let's rename this. All right, let's rename, create a new file, .jsx, and let's open it, see what we have over here. So we don't need to change anything here, just basic Tailwind CSS, just basic links, right? Button, links, they take you somewhere. Href takes you to blog, contact, about, and all of this, right? Just basic stuff. Then we have the product drawer. Let's copy. Let's create a new file over here, paste.jsx, and then let's copy this. Then let's go and product drawer, let's paste this, and here let's see if we need to do something over here. No, this one is also standard Tailwind CSS that we prop down some things from the navbar. All right, we're passing down some things, then we have just the links, right? And we map through them. Very, very basic, very simple. Now next is the search drawer. Rename, copy this, and this is going to be created here as well. So .jsx, let's open it and let's see what we have here. So copy, paste, delete this, and now here what we can do is we can take a look. We're just passing down stuff that we already have the logic here for, so we don't need to do that every time on every component. We have the logic down once, and we make the request once here, and we have that shared all across our different sections. Alright, and we do this like this. We don't clamp up all the code inside the navbar so that this is going to be a 10,000 line navbar. We don't need that because this is easier to navigate. You can change something in the mobile menu, you can change something in desktop, in the product drawer section. You have full flexibility and visibility to where what is. So we're passing down stuff here and we're just rendering those values. Now the next one is going to be the user section. So rename, copy, let's go back and create it here. So .jsx, let's open it up and see what we have. All right, so this is going to be also very, very, very basic. All right, we're just passing down the session, we're loading the and in the next lesson we're going to be creating this profile with logout. All right, or we're gonna just continue to code our components until the end, and then we're gonna take a look at the website, how this looks, and see if we have any errors, right? I think that's easier. So this one is done and the navbar is completed. We have a completed navbar. Let's close all of these. So it is looking very nice and the loader is done. And in the next video we're gonna be continuing to code our components in an alphabetical order. And well, the next one is gonna be the products. All right, the products folder where we have our product card, grid, and the drop down. It's gonna be these ones. So let's go over here. So it's gonna be these ones, right? Where we create these beautiful cards with and here we're gonna implement the wish list, the wish list, Axios post a request and add to cart logic, and I will tell you how we do that, how we manipulate the state. So you will love that. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video we're going to be coding up the products component. So let's go ahead and create a new folder inside our component folder called products. So new products, just like this. All right, with a small p. So inside here we are going to be placing 3 components, and you can go ahead and download the starting files as always from the video downloadable content, and you should have a products and a components folder. All right, these components, all of these is what we need. We're going to be doing these in the next video. In this video we're going to be doing the products. So let's open up the sort dropdown. Let's rename, copy. Let's create a new file over here, .jsx, and let's create this, copy, paste. So here, basic stuff, we don't need to change anything. It doesn't even have much imports, right? It just is like the drop down if you sort the products. So when you sort the products, it's gonna be from these. They just take you to different different pages, right? That's all that those do. And the backend is sleeping again because it's in the free tier. But if you start selling stuff with this e-commerce store, you can upgrade that, and it will never sleep. So after that one, what we need to do is let's do the product card, right? Rename, copy, go here, new file, .jsx, and it's better this way so you don't misspell anything. And let's open it now, copy, and let's go over here, let's close, paste. So let's go on top, and here we have a few imports. We have next image, next link, some icons, we have use effect, use memo, use state from React, use session, use router, use cart store from the store. Let's go to our store. Where is our store? I think we don't have this created yet, and we're going to be doing that inside the coming lessons, because the store is our state management, and we need to do that. It's going to be inside a folder called store. So after we do the components, we are going to be creating the store. All right, and inside the store we're going to be having ZooStand and create our state management. So state management is this one. So the site remembers what we have in our cart even if we refresh or log out. You see, it has nothing to do with the session. It is totally stored within the memory of the website. So we are going to be doing that after the component. So now let's go over to the logic over here, and let's have some use state. So use state snippet over here, and this is going to be the is hovered, and set is hovered, and the state is false. All right, and then we have const over here of data and session, and then this is gonna come from the use session over here. Then we have the const router, use router. After this one we had the add item, const add item equals to use cart store, and this is going to be coming from the state over here, from the store state, and state dot add item. So this is going to be coming from the store after we create it in the next coming video. So then we have a use state snippet over here, which is the wish list, I think it's good, and items, set wish list items with the empty array. So this one is that. After this one we have a use effect snippet, and it's gonna be changing every time the session is changing. So every time the session is changing. And here inside we want to have a const called check wishlist status. All right, it's going to be a asynchronous function running in its own track or going asynchronous no matter what other functions are currently running. And we are saying if session, then what we want to do is say here try and catch. Here we're just going to have a log of error, and inside the try we're going to have a const response equals to await and axis dot get, and dynamically say API slash wishlist all. So we're hitting this endpoint, wishlist and wishlist all. So we're hitting that endpoint, and after that one we're gonna be saying here set wishlist items. It's gonna be with the response dot data dot items, just like that. Now this one is completed. After this one we can say const is in wishlist, const is in wishlist, just like this, and this is gonna be the use memo, and here we're gonna have a arrow function that is gonna return over here the wishlist items dot sum, and here we're gonna say item, so some of these items we're filtering them, and we get back item dot underscore ID equals to product dot underscore ID. So this is what we're getting back from there. And after this one, what we want to do is, so use memo here, we want to say this is going to change. This is going to change every time the wishlist items changed, or the product dot underscore ID changes. So we have this one down. After this one we want to say const and handle add to cart. It is going to be fetching an event back, getting an event back that triggered it, and e dot prevent default, like this. It's going to be here, and then add item and pass down the product, and then we're going to have toast dot success message over here that we are saying, okay, that we're saying product added to cart. So product added to cart, and this one is this. So okay, this is not giving us that. Let's log in with Google quick and see where we implemented this. I think we implemented this here. So add to cart, so here we have it, right? Add to cart, so we can have it here inside our development page. So that's it, right? Now let's go and continue here. We have the add to cart button. Now we need the toggle wish list. So if there is no session, it will gonna take us to log in or register. All right, if we try to add something into our wish list, it's going to take us to the login or register page. So we want to do that. So const over here toggle wish list is going to be an asynchronous function. All right, and inside this function we will have the prevent default, so that it doesn't do the default behavior, but we're going to say if there is no session, then we want to say router dot push us to, let's go /login All right, and we want to say here return. So this one is done now, the toggle wish list. Or no, we need some more stuff over here. So we need to toggle the wish list over here. We need to have a try and catch block. Inside the try block, we want to say is if it is in wish list. So we're checking if it is inside the wish list. Then we want to say await axis dot delete. So we want to delete something, and we want to make the request to the API slash wish list. All right, and here we want to send back an object with the data, and the data is going to be an object with the product ID, just like that. And this product ID is going to be the product dot underscore ID. So we have this one done now, and we can add the brackets, and after the Axios delete request we can say toast dot success, and here we can say removed the item from wish list. So that's how easy it is, and that's how easy we do it. And then we want to have, aside from this, if requests. So the if request is here, then we want to say else. All right, if else block await Axios dot post, because then it is not in our wish list and we want to add it. So API slash wish list, and here we want to send back also an array of previous items. All right, so we want the previous items to be back here, and we can have this wish list is in wish list. So we have await Axios the delete over here, and we need the set wish list Axios dot delete. I think we need something else over here. So after we have the delete, okay, that is right. Then we have the, okay, then here we need to say, we actually need to set wish list items. All right, and inside here we want the previous items. We need to set it like this, and then here we can say previous items dot filter, and we want to filter back the item, and we want from the item to see if the item dot underscore ID does not equal to the product dot underscore ID. So we want to filter our wish list, all right, and set the items in our wish list with everything that is not the one that we want to delete. So that's the logic behind it. Then we have the toast.success. This one is good. After that we have the else, we have the Axios push. All right, no, the Axios post the request that we need to delete this. We need to get the data here, post it inside here. So that's how our API knows what the product ID is. And after this one, we want to set the wish list items, just like we did here. Set the wish list items to the previous items, and we don't want to filter now. What we want to do this time is we want to give back the everything that we have previously and the product. So everything that we had plus the new product. That's how you can understand that. And we need to say toast.success here, and removed added the item to the wish list. So this is now done. And after the else statement, we want to have a if over here is going to be on wish list update, on wishlist update, and this is gonna be here on wishlist update, and just like this, we're gonna call that when the wishlist updates, and then we want to say here log, then error, and after this one, toast.error. All right, something went wrong with the wish list. So we have that, and we can return everything now. So here we have some mouse on enter and on leave. So this is this one. When we hover over, it sets the component to be visible, and when we go out of it, it sets it to invisible. So visible, invisible. So we have that nice little effect going inside our web page. I think that is very better than just clicking, right? After this one, we're rendering the image, the first one, and the name and everything, and we have the handle to cart button, the plus, or we have the price and everything. So this is gonna be these ones. So let's go back over here. So this is gonna be these ones, right? Add to cart plus, that's all there is to it. And what they do is they get the handle to cart over here. All right, they get the product over here from the product that we pass down to this cart. When we render it inside the page, we are getting all the products. Then we render this specific product inside every cart, and this is how the program knows which ID it is, because we are passing down the individual one, and I will show you that when we create the page. So this one is done now. Now we can do the final one for this video, which is gonna be the product grid. So let's rename, copy, go back here. Let's now create a new file, paste.jsx, and let's open this. Let's see what we have. Nice things over here. Let's delete this and paste. So let's go up. We have the imports, and some logic here and some logic here is missing. So I removed that so we can code it together. So what we need to do here is we need to have a use state snippet, which is going to be the products and the set products, and it's going to be initial products that we get back from the other components we pass down. Then use state snippet, and it's going to be current page, set current page, and then it's going to be 1. Then use state snippet. We're going to have the sort order, set sort order, and it's going to be null over here. Then we have the select brand, so it's going to be use state snippet, and then it's going to be select brand, set select brand, and it's going to be an empty string. So the next thing that we need to do here is const router to configure our use router, so we can use this to take us to the pages that we want, to push us somewhere. And then we have the brands. You can replace this with everything that you are selling. Then as we go down, we need a few things over here. So we need firstly a use effect here, use effect snippet. Then we want to say here the initial products. So initial products, if they change, we want to run this again, which is going to be the set products over here, and here we're going to say initial products like this. So let me just quickly explain to you what a use effect is. So each time we load the website, the use effect fires. So this is going to run set products with the initial products that we fetch and pass down here, is going to be run every time we load the page, and also every time the products change, right? We have new products, is going to run again. So this is what a use effect does. It starts or does something when the page loads. So after this one, we can say const handle brand change, just like this is going to be a function that takes in the brand. takes in the brand, and this one is gonna be set select brand, and we're gonna say brand over here. After this one, we're gonna say if brand equals to all over here, we are gonna be setting this set products. This is gonna be the initial products over here, and after this one we're gonna say else. Let's have some more space over here. So else, we're gonna have router dot push. This is gonna take us to the pages. So router dot push, and inside here we can say dynamically slash products. We're gonna create this page as we go on, brand, and then slash. Here we're gonna have our encoded URI component. Alright, encoded URI component, and this is gonna be the brand, brand. So brand dot to lower case like this dot replace, and here we're gonna have some regular expressions, which is gonna be this one, s plus g, and this. All right, and this is gonna be. So why is this giving us a error? So I think we forgot this one. So now it is good. All right, and then so we have two brackets, these round brackets, one curly bracket. So curly bracket, then we have this. Okay, we have these two, then we have this, and we have the blue one, and after the blue one we need to set current page to 1. All right, now we are done with this product grid component, and everything is looking nice here. So this one is that fetches the brands, and I can show you now. Product grids component, high to low. This is gonna be this one. So this is gonna be this one, right? That fetches all of these, and if we click on one, if we say all, it's just gonna take us to the Rolex, the default. If we take on Rolex, we're still on Rolex. If we take Patek Philippe, it's gonna take us to Patek Philippe. So it's gonna take us to these whole different models that we have. That's all our filter function. All right, so this one is done. We can close these down, and we can close the product. So in the next, so why do we have a nav bar over here? I don't think we don't need this. All right, we can delete this because we have our nav bar over here, right? So we don't need that one. And in our page we have this one, layout. So our nav bar is coming from where? Nav bar. Okay, this is good. This is good. But when we're gonna run the page, we're gonna check every error and, well, fix any imports that we're not having right. So this one is done. In the next video, as I said, we're gonna be continuing to code the rest of the components. It's gonna be this one. So we are gonna be doing these in 1 or 2 videos, depends how long it gets. And after this one, we are gonna have our component folder completed. Then we can go create the pages, and our website is gonna be done. And it's gonna be very easy. We just have to create a page, import our components, add a bit of logic, and we're done. So that's gonna be very exciting to see the whole website come to life. So see you in the next video. Welcome back, and in this video we're gonna be coding up the rest of the components that we need for our project. Now let's go ahead. So we already have this one, the auth, right, the auth thing, so we don't need this. And we have the session provider if we go over here, all right, which is inside the source, all right, which is inside the modules. This is already done when we install NextAuth. So What do we need next? Here we have the layout, we have the auth. All right, nav bar. Okay, so we can go ahead and create now the all orders component. Let's close this. Let's go ahead and open up our components over here. All right, so let's do this. And now let's say here, rename, copy. Inside the component, new file, paste, .jsx. And then what we need to do here is we need to copy all of the starting code text and paste it over here. And then we can start to code up the logic. So inside the logic, what we need to do is, firstly, we need to have some use states. All right. So we're going to have 4 or 5. So use state snippet. All right. Let's say here orders, set orders, and it's going to be empty object. Copy this 4 more times, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then here what we want to say is page, and then set over here page, and this is going to be a 1. And then this next one is going to be has more, and then you set has more, set has more, and then here false, and then we want to say here loading, set loading of false, then total orders, set total orders to 0. So total orders, set total orders, and it's gonna be a 0. So here next we need a use effect snippet, and this one is gonna have a few things inside here. So when the page loads, we want to have our Axios make a request to our API/orders admin page, and we want to say here it's gonna have a dependency of page. Let's remove this, and let's say here const fetch orders, all right, equals to asynchronous function, just like this. And then here we want to say set loading true, and then try catch block, log error over here. Inside the try block you want to say const response, all right, or just res here equals to await axios dot get, and you want to have a dynamically page over here, so /API/orders admin. All right, here we go. So orders, and then orders admin, this one is what we're hitting, orders admin. Then we want to say slash, and we want to give in our page equals to, this is going to be the page that we are in currently, so we can have pagination. And we want to say here and limit. All right, let's pass down the limit as well. So the limit is going to be the limit. All right, and I don't think we have created the limit, so let's say here const limit equals to 5. So we're passing down a number. Now after that this one is done, we want to say set orders over here with the response.data.orders. all right, .res.data.orders, just like this. And then we want to say set has more with the same thing, but we want to say res.data.has more, just like that. After we are done with this, we want to say over here set total orders, set total orders. Now it's gonna be the response data dot total orders, just like this. And then we can say here, aside from the catch, after the catch inside the catch, so we have the catch done, and then after the catch we have the set loading to false. All right, and then after set loading to false, another bracket, so we go inside here. All right, inside here, and then we can say fetch orders like this, and let's see our structure. Our structure is nice. So the use effect uses this function, which is inside here, as soon as the page loads. Then we want to have our next page and previous page. All right, so we want to say here const handle next page, which is going to be equals to this, and we're going to say here if has more, then set page to page plus 1, right, to change it, so page plus 1. And then the next one is going to be handle previous page, so copy this, paste, and then handle previous page. If we're going to say here inside the if statement page is bigger than 1, all right, we're going to set the page to be page minus 1, so we'll go back inside the previous page. And then we want to have over here the mark as delivered, so const handle mark as delivered is going to be asynchronous function like this that has the order ID here, order ID, and we can have a try catch block. Inside this try, inside here we can just log the error just like that, because we have already specified the responses, the error messages back inside our backend. And here const response equals to await axis dot put, and we're going to be hitting the API slash orders route with the order ID. All right, and we can just say if response dot data dot order. If we have a response back, then we want to say set orders, and inside here we want to say orders dot map, and then we have a order here, the arrow function, and we want to get back the order dot underscore ID if it is only equals to the order ID, and if that is the case, then what we want to do is spread the orders or the order status is going to be set to delivered, and if that is not the case, then we want to say just display the order. All right, we're using the ternary operator there. So then we have this one. All right, then we have this one, we can add the brackets. Then we have this one, which is the if statement and the catch block, and everything is good here now, right? So after this one, we want to say const total pages equals to math dot seal, and here we want to say total orders slash limit. Alright, so this is now completed, this component, and here we have some Tailwind CSS. We are displaying the orders. If it's loading, we are displaying our loader, right? So this loader 2 over here that we have from Lucid React. Then we are just mapping through the orders. We are just displaying them. If the status of the order is processing, we have a different color. If it is delivered, we have a different color. And we have the mark as a delivered button, which handles the mark as a delivered and gives over the order ID that it is currently being mapped, and we are using our backend to mark that as delivered in our database. And this is how it looks. So if you go on orders, this is the component, right? Mark as delivered, done. And if we refresh, it is also delivered. So this is what we're doing over here. Now this one is completed. Let's go and do the cart. So let's rename, copy, let's say here, components, new file, paste.jsx. Let's open this one up and let's see what we have, huh? So copy, go to cart, paste, and now we can start coding up the logic. I've left the imports in because it's not that important, right? We can leave the imports in. Now here inside the logic, what we can do is we can have a use state snippet, and this one is going to be the is loading, and set is loading to true initially, right? Now after this one we have the things that we want from the cart store. So let's say const over here and equals to use cart store. All right, here we want a few things. We want the items, we want the remove item, we want the clear cart, we want the get total price. Yeah, we want the get total items. We want the update item quantity. So we're going to be implementing these as we are coding our carts. After the components, we're gonna code our cart state with zustand. So let's now use the use effect snippet over here, and this is gonna have no dependency and set the loading to false. So set loading false. All right, after this one we can say const handle remove. We need this one equals to, and then event and the ID. So after we have those, we want to say event dot prevent default like this, and event dot stop, all right, propagation. I hope I said this right. Propagation. Alright, I hope I said it right. So this is what we want first, and then remove item with the ID, and zustand is going to handle the rest. So after this one, we want the handle quantity change. So const handle quantity change equals to a function with the event ID new quantity, and then we're gonna have these two copy paste over here. Then we're gonna have here if new quantity is lower than 1, then what we want to do is say remove item with the ID, and if that is not the case, we want to say else. In any other case, sorry, we want to update item quantity with the ID and new quantity. So now what we can do is say const handle checkout, and this is going to be the function that handles the checkout, as you can see by the name. Here we want to say window.location.href. Alright, and it's going to take us to /checkout. just like that. All right, then if we have is loading, if something is loading, we wanna return the loading thing. So we're gonna say here return div over here and another div over here. All right, and inside here we want to have some classes. So flex, justify center, and item center, and then height of 64. And inside this div we want to have a class name of animate spin. All right, and we want to have rounded just like that to full. Then we want to say, hey, height of 16, width of 16, and border here we're going to say B2, border gray 900, just like this. All right, border gray 900, and our cart spinner is done. And then we have our cart. So use cart, we are mapping the items, we have the buttons to change the quantity, we display the quantity, and proceed to checkout. It handles the checkout, it takes us to a new thing. Clear cart tells us then to clear our cart. And basically it is this one, it is this component, right, where we have these various buttons, and these buttons talk to Zustand, our state management, and it just makes our cart come to life, our cart. So this one is done as well. Let's save it. We can close all of these, and now let's go to the next one. It's going to be the cart icon. So let's rename it. Let's go over here. Let's say new file .jsx. Let's open it up, and I don't think we have to change anything here. So copy, paste. So this is just the cart icon, right? So we don't have to change basically anything here, which is cool, right? So we have everything that we need inside here. It is just this little icon that if you put something inside your basket or your cart, you have that little number over there, and it just counts stuff, right? So item count, it has this item count thing, all right? And it just has a red background, and it just counts stuff, which is a get total items, which we are getting from the cart, the dynamic number. So it's not just a made up number, it's actually what items we have inside the cart. So this one is done as well. Let's go now to the next one, which is going to be the cart mobile.jsx. So I think it's going to be a big component as well. So let's new file .jsx over here, and let's say what we have. So cart mobile, no, this is the same one. This is just a thing on mobile. So it's this. Let's take a look, and it's this one. All right, it's the same icon but for mobile devices. All right, I think we can save, close. Now edit product button, copy. Let's see what this one is about. So new file .jsx. I've all prepared these, so let's copy this, paste. Also, we don't need to change anything here, we can just close it. Then FHQ, so copy, new file .jsx over here, and let's open it. Also, this is just standard Tailwind CSS, we don't need to change stuff. If you want to take a look, you can take a look. It is just the FHQ, right? The questions. What are the method of payment? You can all change this. It is this one. The about, I think. Oh, I don't know where this is. Actually, I think it's in the front page, right? No, it's not in the front page. Okay. What if it's in the blog? No. About, maybe? No. Contact? Maybe this one is it. Yeah, but I know it's just a small component with like a bit of animation. we don't need to do much here. So this was this one, right? Yeah. Now let's continue. Features section, copy. Let's create a new one over here. So .jsx. Let's see what we get. So here also don't need to change stuff. Now guarantee section, rename, copy, new component, paste, .jsx. Don't miss that. Let's open this. Also just plain Tailwind CSS. Alright, we don't need to do much. Mobile cart. So I think here we have some logic, right? New .jsx. Let's see what we prepared over here. So yes, we need to code this one. So let's go back. So this is gonna be the cart for mobile, which has basically the same functionality as the desktop one, but it is working on mobile. All right, and I think we can just open up the cart mobile, the cart. All right, we can open up the cart and let's see. So let's see. The use effect set loading is false. We need this. We need this, for example. Mobile cart also needs this. The mobile cart also needs these here. All right. The mobile cart also needs the reference. So let's say here const cart reference equals to use reference. All right. It's gonna be null firstly set here. It needs the use effect where handle checkout. Okay, so let's see what we can copy from here. So handle remove, handle checkout. Is this going to be the same? I think yes, because we want to just do the same thing in the cart here, right? So we have that one and handle. So handle the quantity change if the quantity handle quantity change, so prevent the default, and here remove item, remove this. I think we need also this quantity change and handle remove. So handle quantity change. I think we should. Now on mobile it's going to be different. So let's go back over here. Let's see. Let's do this ourselves to be sure that it is not gonna be bad. So let's use effect over here. What we need is a use effect that has the is open here, and then we want to delete all of this inside. So let's say your const original style equals to window. All right, dot get component style, and it's gonna be document dot body dot overflow, and if is open, then we want to do something over here, and we want to say document dot body dot style dot overflow equals to hidden. All right, and after this if statement we want to say return with a function over here, sorry for the background noise, and then say document, all right, dot body dot style dot overflow equals to original style. So we have this one done now. We have the handle checkout. This one is going to stay unchanged. Then we have the handle quantity, and I think we can just copy this one. Copy this. All right, mobile here, paste, get rid of these two, and if the quantity is less than 1, remove item with here it's going to be something different. So it's going to be the, here we're going to say item ID, all right, and the new quantity. So here is going to be the item ID and item ID, right? So this one looks good. After this one we have the is loading. I think we can copy the is loading from here, mobile cart, paste, save, and this one is done. Then we have some animations. Alright, we have the image and everything. We are just basically doing this one. So if you go on mobile, right, yeah, you have the cart. So this is the cart. This is what you're rendering, and you cannot scroll, right? If you open the cart, you cannot scroll, but if you open the navbar, also you cannot scroll. It takes all up all the website, and here you cannot scroll at all. Alright, this is the beauty of the cart. So let's close this. Now this one is completed as well. Let's close these two. Alright, now next we have the order item. So rename this, copy, and let's go here, components, new file, .jsx. Let's open this, copy. We don't have to do anything over here, right? So this one is already completed. Now we need the order list, so copy. Let's complete another one over here, .jsx. If it is basically no logic inside, we're just gonna skip it. So we have a logic here, we have the comment logic here. Alright, and inside here we need to code up our stuff. So let me think for a quick moment. We need a lot of use states over here. Alright, so we need the say const over here, data, which is going to be the session use session. So we need the user if he's logged in. We need use state snippet of orders. Set orders is going to be to an empty array. All right, then we can copy this and we can say over here loading, right? And set loading over here. This is going to be false, or no, this is going to be set to true because we're always loading in the beginning. And loading more, we want to have the loading more. Then we're going to copy this one. Let's copy this one, paste loading and more, loading more, and this one is going to be set to false because initially we don't know if there's more. Then we have has more and page set page. So let's copy this, copy paste, and then has more set has more, and this is going to be set to false. Then we need the page, so this is going to be the page set over here, page so we are done over here. Then we need the const observer equals to the use reference over here, and then we have the const last order element reference equals to use callback, and inside here we're going to be having the node with this. Then we're going to be having inside this function that gets the node, we're saying if loading, then what we want to do is return. So let's just get rid of this unnecessary return. Then we want to say if observer dot current. All right, then we want to say observer dot current dot disconnect. All right, after this one we want to say observer dot current equals to new, and then we will say intersecting observer intersection observer. Here we want to have the entries that is going to be inside the function, and then set page. is going to be the previous page over here that we are going to be saying set the previous page +1 after we get it. And after these, we want to say over here if node then observer dot current, all right, dot observe or dot observe and then node, all right. And then we want to give, and then node use callback over here. So here in the end, after we have that one, we want to give it some dependencies of loading, so every time it loads and every time we have some more. So this is going to be the infinite scroll. So if we go on orders, here we have the infinite scroll. You see, every time if we have more orders, if we went down, we would have scrolling again. So this is the infinite scroll functionality of our website. And then we want to have a use effect snippet with the dependency of page and session. And then we want to say over here if session dot user dot email, all right, we want to say it with these fail safes so that we don't get any errors. And if this has the user has an email, then we want to say fetch we want to say the fetch orders function, which we're gonna create now. So let's go down, create this function over here, which is gonna fetch the orders from our database. So const fetch orders equals to asynchronous, of course, function, and here we can have a try and catch block over here. As always, we can say here set loading to false and set loading more to false, set loading more again false. Inside the try block, what we can do is we can say set loading more to true because we're loading more items, and const res equals to await axis dot get, and we want to have a dynamical API. So API, sorry, slash API slash orders, all right, orders, and then page equals to our page, and we want to have the limit equals to 10, and we want to have the email equals to, which is going to be the session dot user dot email, just like this. And after this one is done, we can set orders to the response dot data dot we want to set that to the, no, first we want here the orders. We want to have a function with the previous orders, so we have the previous orders and the new ones so they don't disappear. So previous orders, we want the previous orders, and we want the response, everything inside the response dot data dot orders, all right, and also the previous things that we fetched initially to have an infinite scroll, right? We want to keep infinitely scrolling, and this is going to be set has more, and the set has more is going to be response dot data dot has more. This is going to be very easy. And then we have the errors here, and after, okay, so we have the errors over here, so we have to cut these. Let's create a finally block over here, paste these, and inside the error block we need to log error, and that's it basically. And here we can also have a if there is no session failsafe no session. Then what we can do is turn. All right, I have a paragraph over here. Please log in to use this functionality. And then we are completed. So we have the cart here, the cart header, which we're getting from the UI over here from the cart, right? It is already done. Then we have the cart header and everything. No, this cart we're getting from shadcn, from the UI components over here, cart, not the one that we did. This is cart and this is card with D. It's different, and we're mapping through the orders. So this one is done now too, and we have the other half. So which one did we do now? So we did the order list. So in the next video we're gonna do the rest of the components, so that this video is not 1 hour long or 2 hours long. And yeah, in the next video we're gonna be completing all our components, and then in the next video we're gonna start with the to build our store and have state management. So see you in the next video. Let's continue and code up the rest of our components. Now we have done the order list. Now let's see. So order list, now the product details list. Now let's copy this. As always, let's create a new component, .jsx, and let's open this up over here, copy, paste, and now this one is completed. We're just rendering the name, the brand, and everything, the product details. All right, this is nothing special. Now the next one is going to be the price. All right, and it's not going to be anything special too. .jsx over here, let's open it up. All right, so copy this, paste over here, and this one is basically this. So let's go to a product over here. Let's navigate ourselves to a product, and we need to wait until our backend is back alive, because now it is snoozing. So this one is going to be here, the price. All right, these little things, all these little things are components in itself. So now it is this one, right? The price and everything. So we're doing it here. So, and you will see how we implement them inside the page. Then we have product details. So let's copy this new component .jsx, and let's see here, copy, and we have some logic over here. So let's take a look. So this is going to be the product's detail. All right, now let's go up now, and here we have the logic. So here what we want to do is we want to have a use state snippet, and here we want to say is wish listed, and with a small l. Oops, okay, it's wish listed. So is wish listed. All right, this one is good. And here we want to say false. All right, and we want to have the add item here. So const add item equals to the use cart store, and we want to have the state over here. Let's get from the state the state dot add item. All right, then we want the handle add to cart, which is going to be a arrow function. All right, and this arrow function is going to do something. So here we're going to have this also going to be an asynchronous arrow function, right, with a try and catch block. And here we want to say that so inside we have a try block. No, we don't need a try block over here. We're just adding stuff to the cart. So just add item, right, with the product that we are getting back, right? That's simple. And then here what we want to do is we want to say const handle handle toggle to wish list. All right, asynchronous function again, and here we're gonna have our try and catch block. All right, and here we want to say if is wish listed. We want to do the await Axios dot delete. All right, we want to do the delete function over here, slash API slash wishlist, just like this, and we want to add the data just like what we did before, with the product ID being the product dot underscore ID that we get back. And here we want to have a else statement over here, await Axios dot post. All right, Axios dot post, and here we want to say slash API slash wish list. All right, and here we want to do the same thing basically as we did here. So copy, let's paste it here. All right, we want to do that, and then we want to say here, so we have, okay, so else statement is finished, and then after that one we want to say set wishlisted to is wishlisted, and here we want to say log error. Basically this is the logic, and then we have the fallback URL, which is just a placeholder, and here we render the image and everything. This is the details of the product, the material, bracelet, add to cart. We have all the things here that we need. Now this one is done too. Let's now go detail single page. This is the big one, I think. Copy, and let's go. Let's say here new file .jsx. Let's open it up. All right, copy and paste. So here we don't need to change anything. We are all loading these product details, guarantee section, right, that we did, with the review section that we did, right? We have all of these, the FAQ that we did. We are just loading those. So that is amazing. Now the gallery we need to copy, and we need to create a new file, paste .jsx. Now let's go ahead and copy what we have here. So we have logic over here inside the gallery. So where is our gallery? All right, let's close everything that we don't need. So we have our gallery here. Now let's do the logic. All right, so here we have the gallery with cool animations and stuff, right? So this is gonna be a bit of work. So let's say use state snippet, and inside here we have the current image index, set current image index with a 0, and then we have the const thumbnail reference equals to use reference, so we know where we are, and it's gonna be null initially. Then we say const handlers equals to use swipeable. Now we're using the swipeable that we installed, and here we say on swipe left first. Let's do left first. All right, we want the function to next image. So we want to have the next image function fire, and here we want to say on swipe right. We want the previous image, so previous image. All right, so we have this one down, and then we want to say here prevent default on swipe. No, prevent default touch move event. So this is a really big word, to true. All right, and then track mouse is gonna set to true. All right, so this is also well and polished on mobile as well. So let's say const next image. Now here are the functions, and inside here we want to say set current image index, and here previous index. All right, here's the previous index, and then what we want to do is say the previous index equals to the product dot images dot length All right, images.length -1, then set to 0, else previous index +1. All right, and the same thing we want to copy, and we want to say here previous, and then it is the same thing, and then if it is -1, so if it, now we need to delete this. All right, we need to have, so previous index, if it equals to 0, then we want to have the product dot images, all right, dot length -1, else we want to have the previous index -1, and this one is it. So now we want to have the use effect over here, so use effect snippet that has the current image index as a dependency. Whenever that changes, this one fires up, and we will say if thumbnail reference dot current, it is in the current image. Then what we want to do is say const activate thumbnail, all right, active thumbnail, thumbnail, we don't want to mess this up, equals to thumbnail reference dot current dot children, and here we want to have a current image index. All right, and here we want to say const offset left, all right, offset left equals to active thumbnail that we just did dot offset left. All right, and here we want to say const offset width equals to active thumbnail dot offset width, and then we want to say container width equals to active thumbnail, or no, here the thumbnail reference, sorry, thumbnail reference dot current dot offset width. All right, that's going to be the container width. Then const scroll position equals to offset left minus, here is going to be container width times 2 minus offset width and times 2. So I think this is right. Yep, this is right. Then we need the thumbnail ref to be dot current and then dot scroll 2. We want to scroll to the, let's open up this left, we want to be the scroll position, and then next we want to be the behavior I hope yep, it's gonna be smooth. All right, so this one is done. So now we have the swipeable cool component, and you can use this in every website, guys. You can use this in every website. All right, and you can have smooth things and smooth swipeable components inside your website, right? You can have like cool galleries and cool swipeable components every time you build a website. So the next one that we want to do is the profile with logout. So rename, copy, go over here, new paste, .jsx, Let's open it up, see what we have here, right? So copy this and paste. Let's go here. We don't have any logic. We can close that one, is done. Provider, we don't need this because as you can see, this is just session, children, auth, provider, and we already have this inside our let's go. So inside our app, inside our layout, we already have the auth provider, and we are already doing this there, so we don't need to just create this one, then session, auth provider, which is called provider. We already have this one, the auth provider, which are the same as you can see, so we can close that. We don't need this one. Then review section, copy, let's create a new component, and here .jsx, and let's open this up, review section. So we have a bit of logic over here, so let's tackle this. Alright, so here in the review section component we have a few things that we need to do. Let's tackle the logic. This is going to be a bit of a big one. This is going to have a lot of use state and a lot of logic over here. And so let's get going. So let's have a use state snippet over here, which we're going to call reviews, set reviews, and then we're going to say here empty. Then we're going to say const, let's copy this. This is going to be the all reviews, so all, and then reviews. All right, and set all reviews. Then next one we're going to have a use state snippet over here again, which is going to be user rating, and it's going to be set user rating, which is going to be an object of rating, which is going to be 0, and then comment, which is going to be 0. So you are going to be having a component where you can implement this into every website, right? If you go here, orders, okay, delivered, so this one, all right, we can go back to the order, go back to the product, and let's wait for a website to load. So you can add reviews, right? You can add reviews to all of these products, so you will have the ready-made component to implement in any website that you want. So after this one, use state snippet is gonna be the editing review, set editing review, and null. Then we're gonna have the use state snippet of loading, set loading, false, and then we're gonna have the set error to be empty string, so use state snippet of the error. Set error is gonna be empty string over here, and then we can say use state snippet of can review. All right, can review, set can review, and it's gonna be false initially. Then we're gonna have the use state snippet of page, and then set page, set page, and then we're gonna have a 1 over here. Then use state snippet of has more, set has more, true. All right, then we're gonna have the data over here, so const say data, and session equals to use session, just like this. Then we have the const reviews per page, per page equals to 5. Then let's go ahead, save. Now what we can do is we can say const fetch reviews, right? Use callback. Here we want to have the use callback that we did or before. And here we what we want to do is we want to have a asynchronous function over here, and here what we want to have inside is the page number equals to 1. All right, and then we want to say here if no product ID, return. So there is nothing to fetch. Try and catch block, log firstly the error over here, and then on the try block what we want to do is say set loading true. Then what we want to do is catch block, have a finally block over here, set loading to false. Then here what we want to do is say const response equals to await axis dot get. What are we getting? We're going to be getting the /API /review, and we want to have a question mark. Product ID is going to be the product ID, and then we want to have page equals to dynamically page number, and then we want to say and limit is going to be, let's say limit is going to be the, here we go, the reviews per page, and here we want to have the columns, and we want to say if page number equals to 1, we want to say here set reviews here down, this one, set the reviews to the response.data.reviews. All right, aside from this, we want to have a else statement over here that we can just set reviews over here with the, let's go open up another previous reviews, just like this, and we want to spread the previous reviews. We want to add the everything from the response.data.reviews, just like this. So this one is done now, and here we want to say has more. All right, and then response.data.has more. All right, so, and then here we want to say console.log and set error. So we want to set the error with the failed to load. And this one is done, and here we also want to have a dependency of product ID in this callback. Alright, so now what we want to do is we want to have the use callback for the fetch all reviews. Now let's copy this one. Paste it, fetch all reviews. Alright, so we have the use callback, asynchronous function. We can remove this, we can remove this. Alright, we have the try, set loading to true, the response, get reviews, and here we want to say API / and let's give our API call to review / all reviews, and then product ID equals to product ID. Alright, so it is good. And we want to say here, alright, set all reviews is going to be with the response.data.reviews. Alright, then we can delete all of these. Then we have the error function here, which is nice, and then loading to false and product ID. This one is done. Now what we can do is say the can a review. All right, we want to see if the user can a review. So let's copy this now, fetch all reviews, and let's paste it, and here we can say can check can review. So check can review with no s. All right, this is asynchronous function, and here we want to say before we have the try block, if no session or no session dot user or no product ID, then return just like that. Then we have the try block, and inside the try block we want to have this one, we can take it out. Then we have the response review, then we're gonna say review slash is gonna be, here's gonna be can review. All right, and then we're gonna have the product ID again, which is gonna be the product ID. All right, and after this one, set can review is gonna be with the response data dot reviews. No, can review. All right, just like this, and here we're gonna have the product ID and also the session. That is a dependency product ID. So this one is coming from up here. All right, so it's good. We didn't misspell it. Now we have a use effect snippet with a dependency of fetch reviews and the can review. No, we have the check can review. So here we want the fetch all reviews to fire the check review to fire, check can review to fire, and the fetch reviews to fire. So we want all of these to fire as soon as the page loads. Now after this one we want the handle review submit. So const handle review submit, asynchronous function over here with e, and here we want to say e dot prevent default, and that one is done. And if there is no session over here, we want to say return just like that. And after this one we can have a try and catch block. So try catch block, and here we want to say just log error over here, and inside the try block we want to say await Axios dot post is going to be this time. It's going to be not dynamic, so slash API slash review. All right, and we want to pass down the product ID and the use the review of the user. All right, so we want to pass that down, user review. So where is this user rating? Maybe. All right, user or review. So I think this one, I think this one is here, user, not rating, but review. All right, and set, copy this, paste, and here set user review. All right, so this one is good. And here what we want to do is say set now user review. All right, the one that we just renamed. And here we want to say rating 0, and comment is gonna be empty. All right, and then fetch reviews is gonna be 1, and here we're gonna be check can review. All right, so we are doing that, and catch the error over here. Success, set user review, close can review. All right, user review, rating, comment. All right, so this one is good. After this one, we can say handle, update, or review. So here we can say const handle, update, review, asynchronous function. All right, just like that. Let's have the prevent default, and if there's no session, and let's copy these two. So if there's no session, or if we are not editing the review, we are returning. After this one, we have a try and catch block. Let's log the error over here, and after this one, we can say here await Axios dot put. All right, and here we want to say slash API. All right, then we're gonna go slash review. So after this one, we want to give something in review ID. All right, it's gonna be editing review dot underscore ID. All right, and then we're gonna have everything from the user review. All right, and we're gonna have the columns over here. Now we can go down, set user review. We're gonna be setting those the user review with the rating of 0, comment of empty. And then after this one, set editing review null, and after this one, fetch fetch reviews 1. All right, and then we have our error over here. That is now good. And then we have what we need to do is, let's save this, and here we can say const load more reviews, type it exactly like me, and then we can go ahead and create a function, and here we can say const next page equals to page plus 1. All right, and then we're gonna say set page is gonna be the next page, and fetch reviews is gonna be the next page, just like that. All right, so now here we're gonna say const render stars. Render stars is gonna be a function over here. Let's create it, and here inside this function we have the rating, and here we can say const stars equals to an empty array, and for loop over here, let I equals to 1. All right, then I is gonna be bigger or equal to 5 because we're checking if it has 5 stars, and I gonna be plus plus, meaning for each loop is gonna increase by 1. Eventually it is gonna be 6, and this is not gonna be true, so this for loop is gonna stop. It starts by 1 star till 5 stars, loops through. All right, so if here we're gonna say I is smaller or equals to the rating. All right, stars dot push. Over here we want to push something inside the stars array. We want to say star icon All right, the star icon, self-closing, and we're gonna have the key of I. All right, and then we're gonna have a class name, W of 5, height of 5, text slash yellow, let's make it 400 for a star, and fill, it's gonna be yellow 400. So this is gonna be it, and then after this if statement, else if over here, we're gonna have I minus 0.5. all right, we're checking if the star is not quite the whole number, rating, then we want to say over here stars dot push. all right, and what we're pushing over here is going to be star half, so half a star, self-closing tag. Again, let's give the key and text yellow, everything. So let's copy these, so copy, paste. So this is now completed as well, and here we finally have a else statement. So stars dot push, and then we're gonna have star over here, self-closing tag, oops, star, and inside here we want to have the key. Let's copy the key. Class name is going to be W5 H5, and text gray 300. So the star is not full, right? And it is not filled inside, it only has an outline. So after this one we can just go, okay, after this one we have the, so in between of these, so we'll return stars, right? Then we can have the handle or review over here, so const handle edit review, and this is going to be a function review inside here, and here we can say the set editing review, all right, with the review that we are currently doing, and set user review with the following rating is going to be the review dot rating that the user gave, and comment is going to be the review dot comment. So this one is done, this component is done, and this is how we render the reviews. You can check the Tailwind CSS out over here, the motion diffs, it is very interesting as well. So the logic for this one is done, we can close it. Now let's go ahead and see what else we're missing, the settings. So rename, copy, let's go, oops, no, we don't wanna, no, we wanna just settings, right? So yeah, so we don't want to rename that, no new folder, but new file .jsx. Let's open it, let's see what we got over here, copy. So let's go to the settings real quick and let's see what logic we need to do here. So this is gonna be fun. Now the settings component, so this is for the profile. Now let's have the data here from the use session, so const is gonna be here data session equals to use session, and next thing what we need from here is the update, all right, because we want to dynamically update our session. Use state snippet over here is going to be the personal info, all right, personal info, set personal info, and it's going to be an object with the name blank, the email blank, and the phone blank. After this one we want the use state password, so let's do that, use state effect, and then we can say here password, set password, password, set password, and this is gonna be again with the current, the new, and the confirm. So this one is going to be the 3 fields. Then we have the communication preferences over here. So use state snippet. So communication preferences, set communication preferences. It is going to be set to object. Of course, order updates is going to be false, and promotions is going to be false as well. And then what we have here is use state snippet. Then we're going to set is loading, set is loading, false. And then we have show password form. So use state snippet, show password form, set password form, false. Then use state snippet is going to be the 3rd one, or like the last one over here, preferences changed. It's changed, set preferences changed. Then we're going to have a false here as well. Next, what we need to do is we need to have a use effect over here, use effect snippet. Dependency is going to be none. All right, let's edit these. And here what we want to say is we want to say const fetch user data equals to await axis dot get, and here we want to make API call to /API/ user /data. All right, and this one is done, and this one is going to be asynchronous, not here, but fetch user data. Try. Okay, let's cut this async here. Sorry, this is going to be the function that we're going to be working in. So here we can say const response equals to that one, and const user data we can say here equals to response dot data. Very nice, very simple. And set personal info. We're going to be setting the personal info here to name, gonna be the user data dot name. All right, or empty. And next one is going to be the email. All right, user data dot email or empty, and then it's going to be the phone user data dot phone or empty. So these one are done now, and inside fetch user data over here we have a try. We need to cut this. All right, we need to cut this. We need to have a try and catch block. Try block this and log error over here. So we have our try and catch block done, and then after this one we wanna fetch user fetch. We wanna copy this, paste, and then run it. So we want to run this one as soon as the page loads, and then we want to check if the handle password change is being fired. So let's say here const has no handle password change. Sorry, it's going to be the handler e. All right, e, and over here we have the set communication preferences, and we're going to have a preference on our previous state that we're getting, and here we go. So here we're going to say const and then new preference. All right, is going to be an object of the previous preference, the key value that we are looking for is going to be the opposite from the previous, all right, key value that we have. All right, and here after this one, set preferences changed true, and after this one, return new preferences. So after this one, we can go ahead and say const handle, handle the communication preferences change. So handle communication preferences change equals to E again here, the event that triggered it, and then here we want to say set communication preferences with the previous one. Here we're getting it, and then inside here we want to say const new preference equals to, it's going to be basically the same one as here. I think we can change, we can copy all of this, right? Sorry, handle password change. Oh, so this one, sorry, this one goes here, handle password change. This is not the communication. So set password. Here we're gonna say the we want to spread the password. All right, spread the password, and e dot target dot name. All right, assign this to e dot target dot value. So here we want to set the new password. How we handle that one? All right, and after this one, we want to say const change password equals to asynchronous function with no parameters, and if we want to say here password dot new does not equal the password dot confirm, meaning he hasn't entered the password twice correctly, we just return. And here we can add a toast dot error. All right, the same password twice, or you can let the user know whatever he needs to do. All right, so change the password there, we return, and then we want to say set is loading here to true, set is loading true. After we set that to loading is true, we want to have a try and catch block. Let's log error over here. After we log the error, here we want to say const response equals to await, and axis dot post. Here we want to have a /API /change, and here password. This is how we name this route, and we want to give in the current password is gonna be the password dot current. All right, and then we want to give in the new password, which is gonna be the password dot new. All right, and after this request has been made, we want to say toast dot success word has changed, and after we do that, set show password form false, and then we want to say catch the error. Finally, we want to set loading to false. All right, so here we are good to go, and then next what we can do is say the have the save notification preference. So const save notification preference equals to function again, and here we want to say set is loading to true. All right, we want to have a try and catch block over here, and we want to log the error and set the, okay, so let's get all of these over here, and inside the try block what we want to do is we want to say const response equals to await axis dot post. All right, so we want to have a post request over here, and this one is not a synchronous function, so now we can use it. So here we're gonna go to slash API slash update slash notification slash preferences. All right, and here we want to say communication preferences or communication pref. All right, and here let's have a if response, if response dot status equals to 200. This is why we give statuses back in the backend, if you remember. We want to say await update, and here we want to update our local state with everything that it is in the session, and user is gonna be the user is gonna be everything in the session again dot user, and the notification preferences notification preferences are gonna be the communication preferences. All right, and here we're gonna say after, okay, so if request, if that is done, so we have this one, so, and then we have the set preference change to false. All right, so here we go. So here we have it, right? So here we go, and there's the false else here. I wonder if this, okay, so this is the session, and this is the if statement, right? So if statement, and so I'm looking at this, I'm trying to figure out if this is inside. All right, so we have to do this, we have to cut this, we have to put it inside here. All right, and then we have else over here, so we have that, so we have else, and then throw new error if this is not the case, and failed to update preferences. All right, and now let's go ahead and say here, sorry, whoops, delete account equals to, again, it's gonna be a synchronous function, and inside this one, and I think this is gonna be the last, yeah, this is gonna be the last of this. If, let's say here, window dot confirm, and then we're gonna say here if window dot confirm, let's say here, are you sure you want to delete your account? This is not recoverable. All right, and if that statement is true, then set is loading to true, and we want to have a try catch block with a log error. Finally, set is loading to false. A try block where we say const response equals to await axis dot delete, and we want to hit the /API / delete account, and we want to say here, so if response dot status equals to 200, the account has been deleted, then we want to say toast dot success account deleted, and after this one we want to sign out the user, and we want to say here callback URL is going to be to the home page. Alright, and after we do that, we want to have a else statement over here, throw new error, not element, error, and inside here what we want to say is going to be failed to count. Alright, and everything is now set. So save this, and the component is done. You can check out the JSX if you want here. And this one is closable. Now let's see, we have the wish list, the last one, copy, and we can go ahead and create new one here, .jsx. Let's open it up, see what is up, and I think, yep, here we have a bit of logic as well. And the video, I think, is nearing the 1 hour mark, which is, I think we're gonna suppress it because here we have quite a bit of logic as well. So let's go ahead and finish this one up, and then we can move to our pages, or no, to our state component, to our state management, then our pages, and the website is completed. But the biggest thing is the components. So use state snippet, again, wishlist items, set wishlist items, empty array, then use state snippet, loading, set loading to true, I guess. Alright, so not that. So use state snippet over here again is gonna be loading more. Alright, it's gonna be false. Then we have use state snippet again, which is gonna be has more, set has more. And what is this one? This is gonna be the true. So next we have the page, use state snippet, set page 1. No, we did this completely page. Okay. Set page 1. So after this one we have the const add item equals to the use cart store over here. That gets back state. We go here and say state, give state dot add item. We want this functionality, and const observer equals to use reference, so we know where we are. Alright, so let's say your const last item, last element reference, use callback, and inside here we have a node, and then we open this up, if loading return, and if, let's say, observer dot current, then observer dot current dot disconnect. All right, So here we have that, and observer dot current equals new intersection observer. We want this one, and then entries, and after we have this one done, we can say if entries, the first object, the first in the index of the entries is intersecting and has more, then what we want to do here is set page, and this one is going to be set with the previous page. Here we go, and then it's going to be previous page plus 1. So we have this one done. After this one, we can give it some dependencies. Don't forget of loading and has more. So now we can have a use effect over here, use effect snippet, and the dependency is going to be the page, and here we want to say fetch wishlist. So we wanted this function to fire as soon as we load the page, and so let's say const fetch wishlist is going to be an asynchronous function that we just created, and it's going to be a try catch block with finally here. So let's do the finally set loading false, and the set loading more is gonna be set to false. So here we're gonna log the error as always, and inside our try block we're gonna be saying over here set loading more to true. Alright, set loading more to true, and await new promise. Alright, this is a new promise. Here we say resolve, and here we want to say set timeout resolve and 1.5 seconds, so we can simulate that we are loading something, right? Because it is instantaneous, we want to have that loading spinner a bit there, so we can set it for 1.5 seconds to load when we want the wish list, the more wish list, right? So we're simulating the loading response, or you can make this like very short, very long, however you want, but I wouldn't touch it more than 1.5 seconds. I think that's enough. So const over here response equals to await axios dot get, and inside here we want to go to the dynamically /API /wishlist, and then we're gonna say page equals to the page, and the limit equals to the limit equals to 10. We can hard code that there. So if response dot status dot data, in this case the response dot data is present, and array dot is array. So let's check if this one is an array. The response dot data dot items with an s. Then what we want to do is we want to say const alright, const new item equals to response dot data dot items dot filter, and here what do we want to filter? Here we want to filter the item singular, and here what we want to do is previous set wish list. So const new item. So if there's, so we need to cut this. So inside here, right? Inside here we want to set wish list items. All right, and here we want to have the previous item. All right, previous item, and then we want to open up this function. We paste this one in, and isn't previous item. So now we have access to that. Dot underscore ID equals to item dot underscore ID. All right, we want to check this, and after we check this, we can say return over here. So return the spread of the previous item and the spread of the new item. So this one is done now, and after these two brackets we can say it's still inside the if statement. It's still inside the if statement, so don't make a mistake there. Then we have the set has more, and here we want to say response dot data dot has more. All right, and else we can log the error, and finally we can do the loadings to false, and we are fetching and we're loading this as soon as the page is done. So we have also the remove from wish list over here. So let's say const remove from wish list equals to asynchronous function. All right, and inside here we just want to have a try and catch block with a log of error over here, and inside this try and catch block we have await access dot delete dot delete request over here, and it's gonna go to /API /wishlist. All right, and inside here what we're gonna do is say data. So data is gonna be the product ID. All right, because it's named the same, so we don't have to do that. And then we can say toast dot success, say here, oops, sorry, so remove from wish list, removed from wish list, sorry, removed from the wish list, and then set wish list items. So we can set the wish list items with the previous item. All right, here, and then we can say previous item dot filter anything that is not equals to that. So let's say here item, let's go through each item. All right, just like this, and here we say item dot underscore ID isn't equals to product ID, right? So this one is good. After this one, so we have this product ID, then we have this. All right, so set wishlist items, try block, set previous item. So I think we don't need these. All right, it can run in and on itself like that. So we can say here if, all right, if wish list items dot length is smaller or equals to 10 and has more, then we can set page. So our pagination kicks in, and we can say here previous page. Again, we don't need the brackets, and previous page +1. So we can do that, and then we can log the error over here, and we're done. Then we can say here const handle add to cart equals 2, and then we want the product over here that we want to add to the cart, and we did this. So add item product, which is very simple, and those.success, we can say here added product to cart, and this one is done. We can save it, and I think, yeah, this was the last component. So this is a bit of a long video, but we have all the components done. Now we can close this, and now we can create our pages and integrate these components inside our application, and the website is going to be done, and you have a fully working e-commerce store after this. So see you in the next videos. Welcome back. So in this video we're going to be creating our store folder with our with our state in our website. Alright, so we can have state throughout our website. If we refresh, the website remembers what we have inside our cart. So let's go ahead and create inside our application. Here we're gonna be at app. Okay, so no, not inside our application, not inside the app folder, but inside our application, a new folder called store. Alright, and inside this store we are going to be creating a new file called cart store. So cartstore.js. Alright, so let's import over here the create from Zastand, and then import, we're gonna have, so let's say here from, not equals, but from Zastand / middleware, and inside here we are gonna have persist create JSON storage. So after this one is done, what we can do is say const use cart store equals to create, and then here we want to create our store with our persist over here, and inside the persist we're going to be having the set and get, and this is going to be an arrow function over here. We're going to open it up like this. Alright, and we're going to say items are going to be an array, and then we have the add item that we are importing a lot. This is it. Then we have here item. Alright, and this is a bit more complicated. So we have item, and then we have over here the set. Alright, and here we have the state. So let's not confuse this, because this is gonna be a bit of a complicated structure. Then here we have the const existing item, alright, equals to state dot items dot find, alright, dot find, and we're gonna say here here we're gonna say here, and then we're gonna have another function over here, dot underscore id, oops, not there, underscore id equals to the item dot underscore id. So after this one is done, here what we can say is if existing item exists, then we want to return an object. Items are going to be inside this object state dot item dot map, and here we're going to have the and an arrow function again, and we're going to say here dot underscore id equals item dot underscore ID. If that is the case, then we have here an object where we spread I quantity. All right, we have the quantity where this is gonna be I dot quantity or 1, and here we have then plus 1, and after this one we have just I. So we can go down one of these. All right, we can add the comma, then we can add this over here, then we can go down here, and then after that one, so we have this one, we have this one, second one, right, from the I, then third bracket, then we say return over here, and then we're returning the items where it's gonna be state dot items, then we're gonna have the spread operator, the 3 dots, item, and quantity of 1. Then we have 1, 2, 3 brackets over here that we can go down of. Then we have these 2 that we can go down of. Then we can say this, and after these 2, remove item. We can say over here that is gonna be with item ID. That's how we can remove it. Have the arrow function. Then we can say here set, and then we can have another state arrow function, and again we can do this just like we did with the add item. All right, here we're gonna say items and state dot items dot filter. Here we'll be filtering through the items. We're getting the singular item from each filter, and then we are filtering only the items that are not equal to the item ID. So item, now here we have to say filter, here we have to say item, this is singular, item dot underscore ID is not equal to the item ID that we are giving it to this function. So after this one, let's get rid of this. We have to be concentrated here because this is a bit complicated. So after this one, we can go down these 3 brackets. We can have it like this, and then we can say update item quantity. Update item quantity, just like that. Here we can say it has the item ID. That's what we need, and the quantity. And here we can have the arrow function as always, and here set. All right, and then the state over here that we're setting with the stand, and then we can open up the, here we can do this, open up the curly brackets because this needs to be formatted like this. Then items, and here we can say state dot item items dot filter through them. No, here we're not gonna filter, we're gonna map through them. So map through them, and then we get the singular item over here. After that we say item dot underscore ID equals to item ID. If that is the case, then what we want to do is we want to spread the item and include also the quantity, where this is going to be the quantity, all right, that we are getting imported. And after that one, if that is not the case, then we have the item in and on itself. So, and we can add a comma over here, then we can go, we have these 3, right? We can add a comma over there, and then we have the clear, clear cart, which is gonna be clear cart, and then we can say here that we have arrow function, just like that, and set. We can set the we can set the state to be just items, where items are a empty array. We have nothing in there. All right, so we have that one. We can just do this. Then we have get total items. All right, this is also a function that we're going to be having inside our store to get the total items. This is going to be a anonymous arrow function over here, and we're going to say get in that bracket dot items dot reduce. All right, and inside here we're going to have the total, then item, no, this doesn't seem right, dot reduce. Okay, now let's delete everything from dot get. All right, so we're saying here get dot items dot reduce, and then total item from the items, right? We're getting that from the items. Then we say here total plus we want the item dot quantity, or we have one of them and then 0. So this one I think is good. The get total items, now get total price, get total price, and then here we can say another anonymous function, and we can say get again dot items. All right, and then not this dot reduce, just like what we did it here double brackets, then we get the total and the item from the state, and we say total plus item dot price multiplied by item dot quantity, or is gonna be by 1. So this one is done as well, and here we have the 0. Then we can move on, we can go down, so 1 bracket after the 0, 2, 3 brackets. All right, and then we have, this is the one where we have the persist. So now here we have to do this comma, then we have another object opening up. Name is gonna be here cart storage. So this is how we're gonna name it, cart storage. And then over here we want to say storage. Where do we want to store this? Create JSON storage inside our browser storage. Then we have the arrow function over here, and then we want to say if type of window isn't undefined. All right, then what do we want to do over here? Return window dot local storage. So meaning the window is always going to be defined. Only if the window is not defined, we cannot use the storage. And after this one, we want to say return, and then the get item that we just created, and here, sorry for using the L, so get item, and then null. Then we want the set item, and it's gonna be arrow function returns initially empty object. All right, and then we have the remove item, which is gonna be again error function that returns an empty object again. And after we use them, they will return to us what we want. So we have 1 bracket, 2 bracket, 2 bracket, and 1. So 1 bracket, 2 bracket, 2 and 1. Okay, now after this one, oh yeah, it is the end. Export default and use cart store, and our store is completed. Now we have persistency throughout our application. So this was a bit complicated, but this works. So we have our persistence that we always can use throughout our store no matter what, and we're storing everything inside the local storage. So it is going to be this one. So console, not console, but it's going to be application. Then we have our local storage, and here we have the website, our website that stores the items. Let's make this bigger. So our state stores the items, right? Here we go. We have the items, right? This one here is the item, the state, the items, right? We are persisting a state, and in the state we have items. We could have named this cars, or we could have named this bubblegum, whatever you want, it would have reflected it here. So inside here, inside the items, we have one item, right? We have one thing in our cart, and this has 2 quantities, all right? So we have this one, what it is, all right, and this one has a bunch of properties that we store inside our store, and this is for the next. We don't need that. So the cart store stores our item here, and everything that we need, like the quantity that we have, for example here, that we calculate the quantity, and we get the total items, get the total price and everything, and we store that inside here. And when we are using Zastand, it gets everything from here and displays it inside our website. It's like a storage compartment for your information inside the browser, so that the browser or the phone of the person remembers what they looked at or stored that in the last time they were there, right? It doesn't just erase memory. So you have a built-in memory inside your browser. So this is what Zastand does. And we have the remove item here when we can filter through it. Then we have update quantity where we filter through it and update the quantity. And then how we name our store here, as you can see how we named our store. And then we have what type of storage we want, and we only want to store it if the window is recognizable, and we export our functions that we did, right? Add item, remove item, and set item, right? These are the things that we are doing with Zastand. So this has been for this video, and in the next one we're going to be starting to create our pages, and we're going to start with the about page first. So stay tuned and see you in the next one. Back, and in this video we're going to be starting to create our pages for our website. So let's go ahead and download the downloadable content from the video, and you will have the starting files.zip as always, and extract that, and you will have these 3 folders. So checkout, blog, and about. Let's go to about first. Here we have a simple page.jsx. Let's see what we have inside here. Let's copy everything, and let's go back to our page.jsx and just paste everything in here. So here we have just basic Tailwind CSS, just styling over here, nothing special, and we don't have any logic, just imports from our public folder which are the images, and we have an array of a category, which is the name, the image, and the link. All right, and you can edit all of these. So this is the about page. Now what I want to do is, let's go to the page.jsx. Here we have the hero video, we have the best sellers, we have the featured product, we have the gallery, watch of the month, we have the watch reviews, and the newsletter component. So this looks alright, but in here what we want to do is We want to have also const data session use session, not scroll, use session. All right, we want to have that too, and we can leave this as it is. So this is our home component. Now what I want to do is we want to modify the layout as well. So let's go to the layout over here. Alright, and we have the auth, we have the navbar, we have the children footer, and here the closing tag. This is looking also good. I think this is good. We can leave it like this. Now I want to integrate the terminal, and let's say here npm run dev. Let's see if our page is gonna load or not. So let's go to localhost 3000, because now we have almost all components. I think this will load and we should have a nice looking home page. So let's see if we get any errors or not. Alright, so this, okay, so we have, alright, so these are looking interesting to say the least. So in our navbar, so we need to change this. Alright, sign up, blog, login. So if we go and log in, takes us to our login page. Amazing. Sign up takes us to our sign up page, right? Sign up, yes. Log in, continue with Google. Does this work? Yes, we're logged in. Okay, now back in here. So the Z index is okay, our cart is working. This is not working good. You see, we need to fix these few things. Search, we have errors. Stop propagination is not a function. Alright, you see we have a few errors. So inside the card.jsx, so let's go to components. Let's say here card.jsx, stop propagination. Now have we set this I think you should say it like this: propagation, right? So I think we should copy, paste. Alright, let's go back over here. Let's check out our cart. Now it is working. Our cart is working. Okay, that is very good. Alright, now what we can do is we can, because the cart is getting its stuff from here, I think, or we will take a look at that later. Alright, because I don't think we have any products, but it is working. We can leave it like that. What else? We can fix these buttons. Let's go to the navbar. Let's go to navbar over here, and let's say here menu. Alright, mobile menu, navbar links. So navbar links, underline, duration, text, sky, about, context, no underline, transition, button. Alright, and there is the blog, watch models. Okay, no underline. Okay, so we have order, background. Okay, the buttons over here. Let's say class name equals to background white. Okay, that seems to be doing something. So where is this background coming from? We need to see where this background is coming from. Let's go to our UI component over here, button, my button, underline, Alright, so let's get rid of this. Let's see if this changes anything. No, still doesn't change anything. We can leave it back in. That is not the case. Default. Alright, so default. Alright, so hover, background, primary, text, primary, foreground. Let's get rid of all that. And here we have our buttons. Alright, they don't have nothing, so we can just say here do that, add my default class. Alright, leave it empty, copy this, and here, and size is gonna be default. Alright, so here we have our nav bar, which is looking good. Alright, this one is looking also good. And the search. Now what do we have here? Name e.target. Cannot the name e.target as it is undefined. Alright, so in the navbar.jsx line 70, alright? What can this be? So we have to take a look. Think at line 70, 80, 70, alright? Let's go back over here. Let's go to the nav bar. Line 70, right? Name. So we had something called name, alright? It cannot be destructed. It's set here. Name, value. E.target. We have set target here, alright? So we say target. So let's go back here. So we have nothing here, so that's why we don't get it, but that's fine. So this one doesn't, the Z index is messed up in that one. So let's go now with profile with logout, I think it was called. Profile details, product details, profile widget with logout. Alright. On mouse enter, set is hover to true. And is hovered, we have this, right? So we want to say here Z of 20. Let's go back over here. So now this one is on top. Alright, so now this one is on top. That is good. We have our search, everything. Now let's go back. Let's see how our website is working. All the things are clickable, right? Shop now also takes us somewhere. Then we have this. Okay, it works perfectly. We have this now. After we have a featured, after we create a product, we can feature it and we can display it here. So here is our gallery, looking absolutely amazing. Featured product, these Trustpilot. Does this work? Yes. Newsletter and footer. All right, everything seems to be fine in our homepage. So let's check it out on mobile. Alright, cart, perfect, looks good. Do we have something in the cart here now? Yeah, we have 2 products. Alright, so, but in our database we don't have any products, right? Let's go over here. The blue one is for Udemy. And local test products. We don't have any products and we have a couple of users. Okay, so we don't have any we don't have anything there. Products, we can scroll down and about us and everything. So okay, now this works on mobile works, and everything seems to be working and looks absolutely amazing on mobile as well. So our home page works perfectly. Now let's go to about, check it out. So this is our about page that we just copy pasted. Basically just styling few images from our public folder and that's it, right? So you have an amazing about page. I swear you can use this anywhere. This is absolutely stunning. All right, you can use this in all of your website. Just change the components, change their style, and it's gonna be amazing looking always. So we have this one done. Now what we can do else is we can go Z20. All right, so we have a Z10. Let's remove the Z10. All right, now we have only Z20 here inside the profile with logout. So let's close these. So now we are done. Now let's go to the next one. It's gonna be blog. All right, here we were gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a page.jsx. All right, so let's create a folder called blog, and here we have post 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a page.jsx. So new file, page.jsx. Let's open this page up, copy the code here inside our page.jsx, and this is just basic styling, no logic over here. Then what we can do is create a new file called post1, not file, sorry, but a new folder, post1, new folder post2, new folder 3, and new folder post4. So here, new file page.jsx, new file page.jsx, new file page.jsx, new file page.jsx. So let's go ahead and open up post number 1. All right, so copy everything, and here we have, let's go to post number 1. All right, we have this one in the bag. Now let's go to post number 2. All right, copy everything, post number 2, paste here, newsletter component. Let's see what we have here. All right, we just have a bunch of images. All right, a few images, we have a few icons, and we have the newsletter component from the component / homepage component, homepage components, and newsletter components. So here we have homepage components and newsletter components. So this is what we're importing, the components that we did earlier. So post 3, let's open. Again, this is just basic stuff over here. We don't need to waste much time here. And then the fourth one, the final one, and we are done with our about page. So it's gonna be here. All right, let's close all of these up. Let's see here inside our blog. So our blog is now ready. If we click on read more, we have all of these beautiful blog posts that are also amazingly looking inside of the mobile view. And if we go back, let's go to blog. Here it is, the whole article thing, how it looks. All right, you have the perfect styling, you can change everything, and you can create more blog posts as you go if you want to make your website looking real, legit. So this one is done. Now the last thing for this video is gonna be the checkout. So inside checkout we have canceled and success and a page.jsx. So let's create a folder called checkout, and here a new folder called canceled, and a new folder called success, and a new file called page.jsx. So canceled here, copy. All right, here a new page, paste it. This is just a blank page. All right, not a blank page, but just a Tailwind CSS page. All right, and then here we have on success a new page.jsx. Again, about canceled. All right, let's go to here, canceled, success, and then we have page.jsx. All right, success here, and then we have something called order ID component. So copy this one, let's create it here, .jsx. Let's take a look what we have here. So we have here the order ID component that we just need to create now. Order ID component, here is gonna be it. So copy order ID component .js, sorry, There's going to be a .js file over here, .js, and what are we doing here? We have use search params, so we get what we are searching. So we get the params inside the URL, and we are looking for the order ID inside the URL. And if there is an order ID, we return a link where you can click, and it's gonna take you to stash orders page with the ID inside the URL, and we can fetch that order there. So that is what we're doing. We're just taking you somewhere else with the ID inside the URL. And here we have the page.jsx inside the checkout. Let's see what we have here, and here we're gonna have a bit of logic. So copy. Alright, let's go to our checkout page here, and I named it cart, so you can leave it, it doesn't really matter, but it is the checkout page. Alright, so inside here we have a bit of logic, right? And this is gonna be very straightforward. Here we have the Stripe promise, load Stripe. We're loading Stripe from Stripe.js with the process.env and this one. So let's go to our .env file here, and let's search. So it is this one, right? That we got from Stripe. So after we get that from Stripe, we can go inside our cart over here, and also we have React imports. We have the use cart store from the store slash cart store.js. We have the image, we have a few icons, next auth, Axios, Stripe, a secure checkout from public secure checkout.png, which is going to be this image over here. Let's take a look. So secure, where is this secure checkout? All right, we have this, a few images over here. The SSL we have from from also the images inside the public folder. Nothing extraordinary. So inside the logic over here, what we want to do is we want to say const over here data, and then session. All right, and use session like this. Then we want to say use state snippet, and is loading, set is loading, true. All right, then we want to say const, we want to destructure something from the use cart store, and inside here we want to get the name, we want to get the remove item, we want to get the clear cart, we want to get the get total items, we want to get the get total price, we want to get the update item quantity. All right, and after this one is done, what we want to do next is we want to have a use state for name, email, city, postal code, street address, country, and success. So use state snippet, this is gonna be name, set name, and just empty. Oh, we have name twice, not name here, sorry, items. All right, so use state snippet again, email, set email, empty, and then use state snippet again, city, set city, and that, use state snippet again, postal code, set postal code, and then empty string, use state snippet again, then street address, set street address, which is going to be empty, use state snippet again for the country, set country, and that is going to be empty, and use state snippet for is success with 2 C's, 2 S's. Set is success, false. Alright, so now we want to say const user ID equals to session dot user dot underscore ID. After this one we want to have a use effect, so use effect snippet with a dependency of session. All right, and inside here we want to say set is loading true. After that we want to say const query equals to new URL search params, and here we want to say window dot location dot search. All right, and if we want to say query dot get if the URL is a successful URL, if we made a successful payment, then set is success true and clear cart of the user. So now let's shut down our application, and inside here what we want to do is say if, all right, if statement session dot, let's say here, dot user dot email. If the user has an email, set email is gonna be session user email. So this is gonna be that. All right, and we have the session. So if there is a user, so if we go into a live website, we go to proceed to checkout. If there is a user, we set the email, right? So he cannot change his email, so this stays inside his profile. All right, so he cannot order in a different email. He has to order in his account. So that's what we're doing here. All right, and by this point you should know what a use effect is and all this other stuff. So now let's say const handle checkout equals to async function. All right, and here we want to say a try catch block. Let's log error over here, go down here. All right, and then we want to say inside the try block we want to say const response equals to await axis dot post. All right, and we want to post to /API /checkout. All right, and we want to give in the name, email, the city, the postal code, street address, country, user is going to be the user ID, and let's go down here. Cart items. All right, cart items. Yes, I think we named it like this. Items dot map. Here it's going to be item singular form, and then we have the object ID is going to be the item dot underscore ID. All right, underscore ID. Then next we have here the quantity is gonna be item dot quantity, and the price is gonna be item dot price. So I think we did that good. Now we have this 1, 2, 3 brackets. So 1, 2, 3 brackets. We can go here. Then we have these 2 brackets. We can do this, and then we have the if statement over here. Response dot data dot URL. If there is a URL from Stripe, we want to go ahead and window dot location dot href. No, window dot location. We just want to say equals to response dot data dot URL. All right, take us to the Stripe hosted checkout. And else here, if there is no Stripe hosted checkout, then we have a problem. So we want to say throw new error, which is going to be saying no checkout URL received. Alright, and then we just log the error over here, which is fine. Then we can say here after the handle checkout, we can say handle quantity change, so const handle quantity change, which is going to be here a arrow function. Alright, and inside here we have the item ID and new quantity. So new quantity. Alright, if we want to say here new quantity smaller than 1, then we want to say remove item ID with item ID. Alright, and else we want to say here update item quantity, and we want to say item ID and the new quantity. So after we have these functions from the cart store, it is very easy to use them inside our applications, as you can see, right? So after this one is done, what we can say is const render email field, all right, which is going to be a arrow function with here, and then we're going to say if there's a session dot user dot email, then what we want to do is return something. So here what we want to return is it's going to be a input. All right, there's going to be an input which is going to be self-closing, and the type is going to be email. All right, the value is going to be email, also the email of the user, read only. All right, we cannot change it. Class name is going to be of w/full, then p padding all around the board of 2, border is going to have a border gray of 300, we have rounded, background gray 100, cursor is going to be not allowed. Alright, and we are done. So it's this one. If the user already had the email, this is it. Alright, it's going to be read only, we cannot change that. So after this one is completed, we can have an else statement here. Alright, so we have the if statement here, and under the if we have an else statement here, which is going to be a input again, copy paste here, type of email, placeholder is going to be email, just like that, or like this, right? And then we want to have the value of email, we want to change this, and we want to have on change, and here we want to have a function that takes the event that changed it, and we want to say set email with the e.target.value, all right, with the value that changed, that initiated the on change, which is the characters that we are typing. This is how you can understand it better. And it's going to be w full, border, and p2, border gray 300, rounded, focus, here we want to have a focus ring, all right, and focus ring blue 200. So let's say here focus ring / blue and 200. So this is now done. All right, and after this one we want to say if is loading, if is loading, here we want to have a return statement, and inside this return statement we want to have a div, and inside this div we want to have a div. Alright, so inside this div we want to have a class name, which is going to be flex justify off center, and then item central and h screen. So item center and h screen. So inside this other div over here, what we want to have is animate spin, rounded. Alright, rounded to full, rounded full, and h of 32, w of 32, we want it to be round. Border is gonna be b4. Alright, border b4, and then we have border blue 500. This is our loading spinner, and you can change the colors and everything that you want there. And if we want to say here is success, this is our last if statement over here, we want to return something, and here we want to return a div. Inside this div we want to return a h1, and this h1 is going to say thank you for your purchase, or thank you for your order. Alright, thank you for your order. And here we want to have a paragraph that says we will email you with the order updates as soon as possible. Alright, so inside this div here we want to have a few class names. Max W, it's gonna be 2XL, and these are preset values if you hover, so it's 42 rem or 672 pixels, the max with 2XL. And then we have MX auto, so this is automatically centered, and P of 6, background white. Alright, and shadow LG, rounded of LG. Oops, rounded LG. So, not log. So we have this one done. Now inside here we want to say class name, text 2XL, sorry, 2XL, a bit bigger, font, bold, then margin bottom of 4. So this one is it, and then we have our things over here. So we're just grabbing the values of all of these fields, and we are initiating our Stripe checkout with the Axios here. So if you see, so Axios post API/checkout, and we're giving all that in, and we are getting back. So checkout route.js, so we're getting all these things from the JSON body. Then we are initiating with Stripe a new checkout, if you remember. Alright, we are creating an order, and then we are initiating a checkout session where we can pay with a card, and if the card payment is successful, we go to success, and we go to cancel if we cancel. Alright, and if this one is successful, the checkout session creation, we give back a URL with the URL that Stripe gives us. Now let's go back to our application. Now we don't have a product to check to initiate that. So in the next videos we're gonna be creating also the other pages, and when we are maybe next video we can create the contact and the create page though. So we will do that. So we will create the create page in the next video, and we can create products, and then we can initiate the checkout. But these ones are nice and working. So now we have these pages done, and our application is starting to take real form, right? It is working like we saw, with a few minor adjustments that we did inside the navbar and the buttons, but everything seems to be perfect. So in the next videos we're going to be continuing, so see you there. So in this video we're going to be coding up our contact and our create page, so we can finally create some products inside our database. Because as you know, now if we go on MongoDB Compass, alright, and we go on our database here, it doesn't have any product, so it has only this. It has the folder, but it doesn't have any products. So let's go ahead and download the downloadable files from this video. You can go ahead and download the starting files.zip zip file and extract it, and inside you should have a contact and a create folder. So let's go ahead and create the corresponding folder inside our app here. So contact. Alright, and let's create a page.jsx over here, and let's go. Now we can copy whatever is inside here, the basic Tailwind CSS. Alright, just a bunch of divs, h2s and stuff. It's just a normal contact page that you can find online for free very easily. Alright, so we're not gonna waste time over here, and we are importing some icons, some pictures from our public folder, and you know how this is done by now. You should be very familiar with this. So after this one, we can create a new folder called create. Alright, and here a page.jsx. So, and let's open up our create page here. Create page, copy everything that's inside here, paste it, and now let's go over the import. So we have the use client, because this is a client side component. We have so that we can use the use state and everything like that, right? It needs to be the client component and use effect and everything. So next we have the session to see who is logged in. We have the Cloudinary button upload, and I will show you how this works. We have Axios, use router. You all know what this do. We have button, input text area, and image from next image. So you all know what these do because we have seen them before. So first off, let's go and say here const data is going to be session from the use session. All right, we want the data from the use session to see who is logged in, right? And then const router equals to use router, just like that, so we can be taken to different pages if we want to. Const id equals to is gonna be the session dot user dot underscore id. All right, and we have the image URL. So I will uncomment these, and if you want, you can uncomment these two. These are just basic images. If we take one of these, all right, and we go over here, we paste it. This is gonna be, for example, this image, right, that I have uploaded in my Cloudinary cloud folder, so that we have some pre-populated images, so you can see how those work, right? How those work. And also what you can do is you can go ahead and take any image that you like from the internet, for example this here, copy image address, and you can paste it let's say here, right, the last one. So right, because we have Pixabay configured in our next config, in our allowed URLs that the images can access, we can do this, right? So this is also known by now. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and take a look at the product use state. So this is a use state array, and this is a use state object, which is going to be the product and the set product, right? So the user is coming from the ID, meaning the ID of the user that is logged in is the user that creates the program, all right? And we have the name, we have the description, we have the condition. So basically everything that we have inside our product here, right? We are filling all of these fields in here, all right? And I left this like this so we don't have to type it and waste a bunch of time, right? You can change all of these. You can make them all blank if you want, or you can leave them like this, how I did, so you can see later how they look when they are populated and where they are empty. So after this one, we can go ahead and create our handle change here. So const handle change is gonna be a function, and we need the event that triggered the change here to set the values. So const will say name, and the value, we want the name, which field it is, and what value it has from the e.target. All right, so what is this? So this is the, for example, the input here the type is text, and the name is name, right? So we're getting the name. We are saying that the input that is being changed is the input of name, and the value is product.name, right? It's going to be setting the value here. So whatever we type inside this input is going to be setting the value here, all right? And onChange is going to handle the change, which this event, all right, the event that triggered the change inside this input, because it was blank, right, or it was populated. So the changing of the characters is the event that led to the change, or the event that triggered the change. So that is going to be the event over here, and we are getting that from event.target. We're getting the name and the value back. All right, so what input got changed, and what value did we put in new inside? So that is the best I can explain it, all right, with like simple words. So set product over here, we are going to be setting the product with the previous product, or let's say a previous state, and we're going to be saying over here, open the object, let's spread the previous state, and in the field of name, so if it is name, if it is email, if it is any other field here, we want to update the value that we get back. So everything that we have, for example, if we have the Seiko mod and we want to add an A over here, so we're spreading everything that we have, right? It's going to be this one. Then we're adding for the place that is changed, the name, the value that we just did, the value, and we're getting the whole thing back. This is how it works. So after this one is completed, we can go ahead and go down, say const handle upload. So const handle upload over here, and this is gonna be very simple. We were gonna say result, all right, and inside here there's a if result dot event that triggered it equals to success, all right. Then we can say const new URL equals to result dot info dot secure URL. We are getting the URL from this place, and set image URLs. All right, we want to set the image URLs, so we want to set now previous URLs. So we want to set these, right? We want to set all of these. So we want all the previous ones that we had, all right, all the previous ones, and we want to spread them. So we want all the ones that we had, so previous URLs, and then we want the new URL. We want the new one that we just gave in here, right? That after we upload from Cloudinary, we are getting a secure URL, and we want that to push it inside our images. So we have that one done as well. And after this one is complete. So we can say here const handle remove image, all right, because sometimes we want to remove an image, and here we want to say e. So for this one, we need the event and the URL to remove. So URL to remove, all right. And after this one, we have a simple arrow function here, and inside what we want to do is we want to say e dot prevent default, all right. And then we want to say if the image URL is bigger than 0, then we can do something, all right, because it doesn't make sense if we don't have any images to remove an image, right? So image URLs length bigger than 0, only then it makes sense for us to do something. And we have a try and catch block, log our error over here. And here inside the try block, what we can do is we can say const product data equals to, and then we can say here dot 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 product, and then images we want to give in the image URLs, right? So everything that we have inside the product, all these fields, but inside the image URLs, inside the images, we want to have this array of images. So this is what we're doing over here. And then this one is good. After this one, we can go down and say const over here product response equals to await. All right. Oh no, sorry, this one is gonna be handle remove image. We have to cut this. Sorry, we have to cut this part. All right, this is not for here. Let's leave it here. So let's go inside here now and set image URLs. Sorry, that was for another function. This is gonna be set image URLs, previous image or previous URLs, and this one is gonna be also previous URLs dot filter. And you know this function by now. We're filtering for everything that is not the same as our image that we want to remove. So we want a new array with everything but the one that we want to remove, which effectively removes it. So URL, and here we want to say URL isn't equal to URL remove. All right, so this looks now good, and this one is done. So now here, all right, let's go down and say const handle submit. So this is the submit function that we're doing. It's gonna be asynchronous and gonna have an event, and inside here we want to have the prevent.default. This is why I got confused, because it's the same, and we want to cut that and we want to have it inside here, right? And here we want to say await axios dot post, and here we want to make a post request to /API/ products, and we want to have our product data inside. All right, and let's go down and say if the product response dot status equals to 200, meaning everything is okay, or the product response dot status dot status equals to 201, something is created, then we want the router dot push and push us to here. All right, so now this one is completed. Now let's go down. We have a bunch of inputs. We have the labels over here, the options. All right, from the select over here that we can choose from. You can all edit these. We have the Cloudinary button upload, which we're importing from Cloudinary, Next Cloudinary, right? Which is especially made for Next.js. So here we have a class name, how we want it to look, right, with a border and everything. Then we have options, multiple true, meaning we can upload multiple files. Upload preset is gonna be process.env.next public Cloudinary preset name. So let's go over here. Here we have the next Cloudinary preset name. This is it, and the cloud name we have it here. We have it there, right? So we have on the .env file over here. So, or you can just have it here. Next Cloudinary preset name. It is gonna be the same, right? And on success, if everything is good, is uploaded well, we want to have the handle upload, right? We want to push a secure URLs inside our images, and then if we handle submit, which is going to be this one, handle change, these are just basic forms, right? And handle submit is going to be here. All right, the button is a type submit, and it's going to submit this form. So let's take a look of the form. So this form on submit is handle submit. So now this one is completed, and we can test it out. Let's open an integrated terminal. Let's say npm run dev, and let's hope everything runs smoothly. Localhost 3000, and everything should compile shortly over here. And now let's see what's happening. All right, what do we have here? Images domain configuration, please images remove pattern. Okay, that is not a big issue. So we are here. Okay, all right, so it works. So now let's log in with all right, we are already logged in. Sorry, are we logged in? With what are we logged in? Okay, we have not done the profile. Let's log out. Let's log in with continue with Google, I guess. Okay, we are logged in now. Let's see with what we are logged in. Let's go to the nav bar over here. All right, let's go to nav components, nav bar. Here we have the session, user session. Now let's log over here, log session dot user. All right, and we should see it over here. Let's see over here now, console. We have an object from the navbar, line 38. So this is it, right? Now here we have an object, admin is false, we're logged in with our thing, image is from the image. Now why don't we see that inside the mobile profile with logout, right? Profile details with logout. So here, let's search over here, image, user.image, or all right, user, and here we have profile image. Let's do it like this. So copy. All right, let's go back here. So okay, so here is gonna be a profile image, and that's all there is to it. Now let's take a look how this looks now. Okay, navbar.jsx. We have an error, of course, because we need to say wait until the thing is loaded. So now let's take a look. So the profile image seems to not load. All right, let's try login again. Let's go ahead, log in with Google again. There seems to be a... All right, let's log out. Let's go inspect over here. Let's have our application. So here, card storage, delete, next off, delete, delete, delete. All right, the cookies over here, do we have any cookies? Next off, delete, and delete. So we have a fresh start, because while we are coding and everything, sometimes the cache gets corrupted. But if your application is already done and you're logging in a new PC, it shouldn't be a big problem. So log in with Google again. All right, now this one is back. All right, okay. This one is interesting. Now let's take a look here. Why Google h3google.com. That looks good. All right, that looks good. So application, and here we have the data, and here we have this next auth session. All right, cookies over here. Now if we log it, now let's go back to console. So let's see, image with source logo.png has either width or height modified with other CSS. Okay. URLs is empty. So now let's go over here. Width, height, we have it. Or the profile.jpg. And let's see now. Let's log in with another account. Or here, let's go to login and sign up, right? All right, so let's go over to the page that we just created, right? Now we need this router. Now let's go to the login page. We have the use router, right? Use router, okay. So handle submit, and here we have that. So let's make a new use effect snippet. No dependency, this is gonna run only once. So if session, do we have the user over here? No, we do not have the user. So let's say here const data session equals to use session, right? We're gonna automatically import that from NextAuth. Use state, use session. Okay, now we can do this. Now let's go back to here. So if session dot user, if there is a user, we want the router dot push us to the front page. Now let's go back. Now let's go to login. Use effect is not defined. Okay, now we need to import use effect from React. Now this should work. All right, so if we want, we are on login right now. Okay, and login page, the use effect. If there is a session.user featured, we cannot get the featured. Okay, that is no problem. Well, all right, so if we go back to /login, but we are logged in, this should redirect us, but it does not do it. All right. Here it is also set. Let's go to the create page. All right, so let's leave this for a second over here. We can focus on, let's create a new account first. All right, so let's create a test5 at test5, the name test5 at test.com. All right, signing up. So we have the image, right? Now let's go over here. Let's create a, let's search for man. So let's have this image. No, this is iStock image. We cannot take that. We need okay, let's get this. So copy image address. Let's go to our database, users, and let's see now, test5. So the profile image, we are gonna paste this one, Pixabay, update it, and admin we're gonna make true. So we have an admin account, right? And let's make our Google account an admin too. So here we have, or let's delete the Google account. Do you mind? Let's delete this. Let's delete the Google account. And now let's see. Now let's do this. Log out. Log in. And test. Here, let's say test 5, sign in. Okay, this does not work. test5@test.com, but this is correct. All right, okay. Okay, so we have the image, right? The image works. The profile image works for the user. Now let's log out and let's see why the Google one. I think it's a cache problem. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. We will take a look at this later. And okay, so let's go here inside the console. So we have the image, right? Let's copy, paste it over here. What do we have? No, I don't want to do that. So here's, this is it. All right, so the image is clearly visible. Profile with logout, and here we can just say image. It doesn't really matter. So it was working before. Now I don't know why it is. Yep, here it is working. So it just needed to change the code here a little bit. It was exactly the same like how it was, but sometimes the cache just gets bugged out. All right, so let's tackle now the use effect over here. Why this is not working. So when we're logged in, we don't want to visit the login page again, right? But the use state is not immediate. But the user state is not immediately visible. You see, it's logging first, then it comes up. So that little the delay makes this obsolete. This will not work. So here we have to say if the status, and we have to get the status from here. So session and the status. So if the status is authenticated and there is a user, we want the router to push us to the page, to the home page, and every time the status changes, this needs to run again. The session changes, this needs to run again, and every time the router pushes us, this needs to run again. So I think now it is good. So now let's go to /login. All right, we're taken back to the page here. Now let's copy this. All right, let's go to sign up here. Let's bring this down over here and use effect, from use effect, and let's get the session and the status. So copy these, sign up over here. Now we can add them here. So use session, we also have to import use session from NextAuth React, and we are good. So now let's go up to sign up, right? Sign up here, and we're getting back there. So now log out, let's go to login. Now this works. So perfect, we have our thing now. So now let's go back and log in with Google. We don't have to click continue and everything again because we are already registered. And now let's go ahead and take a look at the Google account. So we have this Google account, right? Let's make this an admin account. All right, now we can refresh, and we can now let's log out, log back in, so that we have the session, we have the fresh session with the admin panel. So here we have the admin panel. Let's go to create product. Finally, we can check out our page. So here is our page. Here are the preset images and the one that we added, right? And if we go here inside the create and you remove one of these images, all right, it is gonna be removed from here. All right, and you can basically remove all of them. Now Control C. All right, and you won't have any images here, and I would recommend you to do it like this. And you can change all of these things. So let's say Rolex here, date just blue dial 41 millimeter. So let's upload images. So here we have our Cloudinary upload button. See how nice this works. So now let's create our first product with this one, with a blue dial. Open, and they're gonna be uploaded to our Cloudinary, which we did, and here they are, right? And if you want to add more images, you can just click and it is here. And if you want to remove it, you can just press the X, and here we go. So everything is nice. You can modify everything here. You can change everything that you want, the description, the price, everything. And then let's hit submit product. Let's see what happens. All right. I don't know what happened. Let's go and check. Console. Axios. Okay. Internal server error. Blocked by client. All right. Now submit product. Axios error. Now let's go ahead and see where we are doing this. Okay, to API/products, right? This should be good. API/products, and we're handling product data. Axios.post, okay, post request, everything. So let's go here, go to products, and this one. Get and post request. Alright, so we're doing that. Create new product. Product.save. Okay. So the movement is not a valid enum. Okay. Now let's go here and check this. Models, product. Alright, so here in this enums. Oh, okay, so we don't have actually all of these movements that we have here. So let's go to create page and let's see what enums we have, right? So let's take a look. So we have these options, right? So let's go ahead and copy the first one here. Oh, so we have this we have a bit of a, we have different enums over here. Okay, so let's update these. All right, here, or no, let's copy this, create over here, let's say paste, and let's go and get this here, and then paste. So this, we have a really good debugging system. As you can see, in just a few seconds we can find where our problem is, right? Because we have very good, we have set enums, we have set safety mechanisms, we have really good debugging methodology over here, because we can see where the error occurred. Like that, it just immediately told us it's not a valid enum. You see, because we're logging everything, we're taking a look at the errors and such, so it's very easy for us to move forward. So this one, and I think one more, and we're gonna delete the others. So copy. Now let's delete these others. So okay, so these options have to go. All right, now let's go back here. All right, so what do we have here? All right, so now we can click one of those. It's actually the right movement for this watch, which is nice. So let's submit. Okay, now let's go on Rolex. Do we have okay, we don't have the page yet, but we can check this inside our database. Products. So here we have a product. All right, here we have a product. Let's make this featured now. So as you can see, we don't have anything here. So let's make this featured now, and let's see how it is gonna look, if this is gonna work. make it featured, refresh the page, and here we go. The product that we just created is inside the featured, and we can go and it is gonna take us to the corresponding brand. This is amazing. This is amazing, as you can see. Now we have this done as well. So let's close these, and this one we can close all of them. Now this one is completed. So in the next videos we are gonna be continuing to code the new pages. We're probably gonna do the edit product page in the in the alphabetical order. Next one is edit product, and we're gonna do the frequently asked question, the FAQ, and the edit product page. So see you in the next video. Back. So as you can see, our website is starting to take shape now, and now also it has functionality, right? So now the next thing what we can do is we can create the frequently asked question page and the edit product page. So let's go ahead and create firstly let's go ahead and download the downloadable files. The starting files for this video is going to be the FAQ folder and the edit product folder. So download those, extract them, and let's go ahead inside our app. Here, let's close the API. Inside our app, let's create a FAQ folder. And inside here, new file, page.jsx. As always, let's go ahead and open the FAQ page, copy, paste, and here it is just basic Tailwind CSS with a few copywriting text. Sorry. So let's go ahead inside the inside the footer, click on FAQ. Let's see. So here we have our FAQ page. So here we have our questions right up in here, which you can edit over here, question and the answer, and you will have it in the accordion, and you can add or remove as much as you want stuff there. And also still have questions, contact us, and you will be taken to the contact page that we did last video. So this is our contact page. It looks really amazing, right? So yeah, now let's go ahead and create our edit product page. So let's see how we can do that. Here we have edit product page, and inside we have a product ID and then a page.jsx, right? So now let's go inside our app, let's close these, alright, and let's create a new, how did we name this? Okay, edit product and product ID and then the page. So here, new folder, edit product, and then a new folder inside brackets with product ID, and here a new file with page.jsx. Now let's go ahead and copy these and paste it inside here. So here we have the edit product page, alright, and inside here we have the logic, right? And I left the imports because this is very basic. We know all of these, what these are, and I also let the session so we know which user is logged in, so you don't have to waste time on that. You know what this does. The product ID we're getting from the params, meaning when we go to edit, when we go to a product, for example here, let's go to the real website. So, oh, this is a crazy wallpaper, but yeah. So here is our real website, alright, and if we go to here, and this is gonna load a little bit, so I'll show you what it is. So if we go here and click on edit, we can edit this, right? This is our edit, and here we say edit product. This is our folder we created, and then the folder in brackets is the ID, which we are getting from the params product ID, the same name as this folder. This is how we get that. So I left that in the router, the use state for the image URLs, and the product, just like we had it in the previous, in the create page one, right? So inside here, what we can do is we can start to code up the website. So the first thing that we want to create is a use effect snippet that has the product ID as dependency, and then we want to say here const fetch product asynchronous function. All right, and here we want to say try catch block error. Inside the try block we want to fetch the product, so let's say here response equals to await axis.get, and then we want to make a dynamic request to /API /product / here is going to be the product ID. All right, after this one we want to say const fetched product equals to response.data. We want to assign the product that we got back inside that variable, and then we want to say set product over here to the fetched product, or you can just say this. It is absolutely the same. All right, it is the same, but let's keep it in unison with our original code, and let's say set image URLs over here with the fetched product, and it is also sorry, this one. All right, that is a mistake. So but it is also easier to read, right, than response.data.images or .this .that. This is also easier to debug and easier to read for us. .images. Alright, so we have that one set. We're fetching the product, we're setting the previous images that that this product has, we're setting them here, right? So we know what the product is, because if we want to edit, we want to know what the product is, right? If we go back over here, so we want everything that the product has, and then modify that, and then remove, for example, these images, and update, and now it's updated. Now if you go back, it doesn't have those two, so this is the functionality. But first we need the product, so we have the product here. Now after this one, we want to say, so we have the catch, and we can go back from here, but we're still inside the use effect. If we want to say product, if there is a product ID inside the URL, we want to say fetch product. We want to run this function that we just created. So this one is now done. After this one, const handle change is gonna be a function that has the event, and here we can go back to create, and we can get the handle change here. So let's go, and so it's gonna be the same handle change. So we have the name, the value from the target, right? Then we have the set product, which is gonna be here. Perfect. We have the set product with the previous state, and we spread the previous state, and we set the name we set the value to the corresponding input name that we are getting it from, or the field over here from the input. So now we need to get the handle upload as well, and I think it's gonna be the same. So handle upload, copy, paste. So handle upload, the result is here. If it is successful, then we want the new URL to be a secure URL, and the image URLs to be set with a new secure URL. So if Cloudinary uploads our images correct, right, upload browse. So if Cloudinary says the image is uploaded, gives us a success over here, we want to set that image and push it inside our array. This one is completed too. Then handle remove image, it's gonna be the same here. All right, everything is gonna be the same here too. Then we have the handle submit, and this one is gonna be, so let's copy this, and let's take a look how we can modify it and modify this, and if we need to modify it. So we have a synchronous function that has the event, a prevent default, image URLs length bigger than 0. Then we have the product data with the images, the response, is this correct, /API /product Now this needs to change, right? Now this needs to change. So let's get this now deleted. So here we want to say const, and here copy product res equals to await axis dot put over here, because this is an update function, dynamically slash API slash we want to go to product slash, and we want to update the product with a product ID that is corresponding to us, and we want to give it back the product data. All right, the product data that we have it new here, and this is going to be our API call. And if the API call is successful, or something new is created or updated, we want to say we want to push us to the we want to go back to the product page. So we want to go back to here. All right, slash products, we want to go back to here. So slash here, take us back here, and toast dot success, let's say here. Product edited successfully, and here we can say toast dot error, and you can add in all the error messages or all the success messages throughout all the page these little notifications. If you want, you have them available. And then error here, product couldn't be updated. Hope I spelled this right. So after this one we have the handle delete, and I don't think we have that inside the create, so we don't have it here, so we can close the create. So here we're going to say const handle delete equals to async function, and if you remember, we have API that can delete our programs. Let's close this over here, we don't need it right now. So handle or delete asynchronous function with a try catch block with a log error over here. You can add a toast message if you want. Failed to, let's add the toast message. So like this, right? Product couldn't be deleted. All right, so now in the try block over here, so const, we can say response equals to await axis dot delete. All right, we're deleting something, and we want to make a dynamic slash API slash product call, and we want to give back the product ID. And here it is. Here is the product and the product ID route, and here is the delete function. That is making a connection with our database and deleting that product. So that's what we're calling over here. And so we have the product ID, and that is all. We don't need to give it anything else. And we can say now if, all right, response dot status equals to 200, meaning everything is okay and everything is deleted. We want to say those dot product and push us. So product deleted successfully, and take us back to the products page, right? Perfect. So here we go. Now this one is completed as well, and when we create our, so I think we can access this right now. Let's try integrated terminal. Let's say run dev. All right, and now let's so this is gonna be, let's see, so it's gonna be edit. All right, so edit product slash, let's go back to our local application. All right, so we need a product ID, a valid one. So this is our products. Let's grab this ID. All right, and let's go over here, manually paste it now. Let's see if our site works. Now this should load up. All right, so it loaded up, but it doesn't. Yep, it has all the things now. So we can add more images or just. So let's change the price to 18,000. Let's see, update product. Oh, movement. Alright, so we need to select the movement. So update product. Product couldn't be updated. Alright. Why is that? So console. Axis error. Alright. Let's see what we have here. So the get request is good, the put request is not good. Alright. Let's see, handle submit. Alright. Alright, try counts. This seems to be good. Axis.put, right? API/product, and we have the product ID, the product data. Let's remove this. I mean, this should work. Alright. Bad request. Bad request, configuration. The data is there, right? We have everything. Code 500. Alright. Internal server error. API, product ID, route, put request, so params, it's gonna get the product ID, right? The body is gonna get from the body. Alright. Let's see if the delete works. The delete works. So the delete does work. So let's take a look. Yep, the delete works. So let's go now and create a product. Alright. Let's go ahead and see the create page. So create page, huh? Create page. Let's I want to uncomment a few of these so that I have some images and I can just create this. So submit. Alright, the movement. Alright, create another one. Two. Let's create another one with 3. Alright. Okay, so we have a few products now in our database, right? Now, let's try again. So we need to go / edit product. This is not a valid product, so let's copy and paste a valid URL, a valid ID. Let's say this edited, right? So update product could not be updated. Okay. Here I think here is the problem. So we cannot update the product, but we can delete it, right? I think image.url. So the if statement has to be wrong here, right? This doesn't let us make the API call, because the API call, I'm pretty sure, is correct. So image urls.length. Maybe this is 0, right? image URL, this one. Let's see here. Let's log these, right? So let's inspect console. All right, so let's try update 4. So we have 4 image URLs. This is not the problem. I don't think this is the problem. All right. Okay. There's another problem. But does it go inside here though? Are we inside the if block? So let's see, log inside if block. So let's see if we are getting inside there. Okay, so inside if block. So we're getting inside there. Now let's say inside here, inside try block, we're getting inside there. Inside try block, okay, that is good. Now what I want to log is the product data. So log product data. All right, so we have all of this, right? Images here. What we're getting back in the API. Here, product. Okay. This is good. The API route seems to be good. Find by ID and update. Okay. This is very interesting. Alright, so I think I found out where our problem is. So if we update the name here, right? Update it and we click, we couldn't update the product, right? And if you remember, inside our create page over here, we change these fields, right, where we can select the enums. So if we go back here, so we have these options, right, these enums. Here we have the Rolex and the movement. Here we have inside our model product, here we have the Rolex movement, and inside our edit page we have, look what we have here. We have different movement and we don't have those selected as enums, and that's why it doesn't work. So let's copy these values, right, select movement and till the last option. Let's go here, select movement till the last option, and now we can go back, right, we can select the movement and update it, and now it works. Right, if we go back now here, it's updated, and if we go inside our database, it's updated. So that was a bit of a tricky one, but we found it with a little bit of patience, and we just check where the error might be. All right, and we can find it easily. So this is also completed. We can close all of these, right, and we can close all of these other things. So API here, we can close this, we can close this, close the models, we don't need them, store, util. So it is looking way cleaner now. Alright, so in the next video we're gonna be creating the orders and the privacy policy. So the orders and the privacy policy pages. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video we're gonna be coding up the orders page and the privacy policy page. So let's go ahead and download the files from the downloadable content of this video, and you should have a starting files zip as always, and you should have a privacy policy folder inside there and an orders folder inside there as well. So let's go ahead and rename this and copy the name and open our VS Code inside the app. Let's create a new folder with this name. Alright, so this is this, and let's create a new file called page.jsx. Alright, so after this one is done, we can go ahead and open up the page, copy what's inside here, paste here, and we can leave it like this. This is just text copy, writing, and very simple. So we can close this. Now we need to create our orders folder. So orders with the order ID folder and the page.jsx file inside the orders and the page.jsx file inside the order ID. So let's go ahead and create the orders. So orders here, and inside here page.jsx, and the order, let's see how we name this, order ID. Alright, order ID. But what we can do is we can say rename, copy, so we don't have any problems, new folder, paste, and a new page here, page.jsx. Alright, so let's go ahead and open the page.jsx inside the orders. So this is inside the orders, copy everything, let's go here, let's paste it. Alright, and we have the orders from the components. So let's go to components, and we have this orders. So all orders, we are importing this page, right, from here. Perfect. Now for the singular order page, what we can do is, let's go ahead and open it. Singular order page, let's copy what's inside here, paste it, let's go up, and here we have the import. So it's a use client component, meaning it is a client-side component, front-end component, so it can use the use state, use effect from React. We have Axios, a few icons, link, and an image, so imported. Alright, from next link, next image. Now the next thing is we have some states. Alright, we have the order state, the loading error, and we get the order ID from the params like we did in the last video, right? It is nothing new to us. So let's go over the logic. So firstly, what we need to create is a use effect snippet. Alright, and it's gonna have a dependency of order ID. And inside here, what we can do is we can say const fetch order equals to asynchronous function. Alright, and here we can say try catch block log the error over here, and we can say finally we can set loading to false. Alright, so inside here what we can do is we can say const response equals to await Axios, of course, dot get, and we're gonna get the singular order. So we need a dynamic API call /API /orders, and then we're gonna go slash, and let's include our order ID over here, and after that we are good to go. So here we're gonna say set order to the response.data. Alright, and if you want, you can have an if statement over here, if response.status equals to 200. Alright, we can say this over here. Alright, perfect, we can leave it there, or you can just remove the if statement altogether if you wanna just have it a little bit of minimal, because if this one is not successful, of course we're gonna have an error, but I'm gonna leave it like this for now. Now what we can do is we can go down and we can say if it is loading. So if you have a loading state of or our loading state is true, then we want to say return over here. Alright, and we want to say div. Then here we have a class name of flex, justify center, items center, age screen, and inside here we have another div with a class name of animate spin. Alright, rounded full, it's gonna be fully rounded, age 32, width of 32 again, border is gonna be /d/2, and border /bottom/2, border /gray, or let's say here blue, let's do it like in the other page of 500. Alright, so we have a blue, or let's say here 400, so we stay true to our design. So we have the if statement, and we can also say here if error, then we want to return div, and inside this div we want to say the error. Alright, and here we want to say class name text center. Alright, and it's gonna be text red of 500. So this is gonna be our error, and we want to say here if no order, return. Alright, what we want to return here, another div with order not found, and here we want to say class name of text center, margin top 8. Alright, now this one is good to go. Now we want to format our date, so let's format our date over here. Let's go and say const format date, and this is going to be a function that takes in the date string. Alright, and this function is going to say const options. So const options is going to be a object where the year is going to be numeric, and the month is going to be long. Alright, and the day is going to be numeric. So we have this one done now, and we want to return over here new date with our date string, and dot to locale date string, and undefined, and here we want to say our based upon our options, so that we formatted this. Alright, so now we can go ahead and check out these pages. So we are inside our local host application. Let's go to we created the privacy policy now, right? We created the orders and the privacy, so let's go to privacy policy. Here is our privacy policy page already made for you. You can edit this information if you want. And let's go to the real website. Let's go to profile, let's go to orders. Alright, let's go to one order, but I don't think we have orders inside our, so here, alright, let's take a look now. We cannot go to the products. We don't have this page now, the product page, so we cannot add anything to the cart yet. So we're going to be testing the whole website and everything later when we create our product page, right? Okay, so in the next video we're going to be creating our product and products page. Alright, so we can actually go here, have a product, add it to our cart, and then we are going to be checking out. Then we're going to test the checkout, and if the checkout works, we're going to be testing the orders page. Alright, that is going to be next. So in the next video we're going to be doing those two pages. So stay tuned and see you in the next one. So in this video we're going to be coding up the products and the product page, so the singular and the plural product. So let's go ahead and download the files from the video. So inside the downloadable content you have the starting files over here. Alright, and inside there you have a product and a products and a product folder. So let's go ahead and create a products folder and a product folder. So products and product. So let's go ahead and go to products, and we have a brand with a let's create this first, page.jsx inside, so we don't lose focus. So new file, page.jsx, and here we had a brand folder, and inside this brand folder we have a brand folder in brackets. So new folder, brand, and here I think we have a page.jsx. Now let's go ahead and here we go. So let's go ahead and open this first. So copy everything here, let's go to this, paste it. Alright, now we have this one done, and let's close these. Now let's go to the brand, sorry, not name, so brand and page.jsx, copy everything here, let's go to this, paste it. Alright, so we have our starting code done. Now let's go to the page.jsx that's not inside the bracket, that brand folder. So inside here, firstly what we want to do is go where it says logic here, we want to delete that, and here we want to say const edit product button. So edit product button equals to, it's gonna be here product ID, we're getting it back, right? And here we're gonna say it is an arrow function, and here we're gonna say const router equals to use router. So we have this one set up, then we have const handle edit equals to arrow function where router dot push gonna push us to slash edit product slash, and here we want to say product ID. Alright, so if we click this one, so we are in our real application, go on products. If we click let this load quickly. So okay, when is it gonna load now? Any moment, right? So if we click this button, it's gonna take us to this page. That is all that button is doing. Alright, handle edit button, right? So I think it's configured correctly, handle edit. Alright, so now what we want to do is say return over here, and this is gonna be inside the button. I'm sorry, let's gonna cut. So after that one we want to return the button. Alright, and here we want to say we want to have the edit self-closing tag, and with a class name of h4 and a w4, and here on the button we want to say on click we want to fire the handle edit function that we just created. Variant is gonna be set to outline, that is right, and then size is going to be set to icon, and class name is equal to absolute top 2 right of 2. All right, then background white, and hover, we want to say background slash gray slash 100. So let's save this. Now this one is done. Now we can move down here. So we have some use states. You know what these are, right? We are storing the product, searching, loading, error, wish list, add item. We have done all of these, all right? And the pages, because we have done all of these, all right? Cycling through pages. So, or maybe this one we haven't done, and we're gonna see how we can add this pagination over here, right? So how to add this and cycle through pages with that cool loading state. So now let's go ahead and implement our first use effect. So use effect snippet, it's gonna have a session and current page over here, so as a dependency. So whenever these change, this is gonna fire. And if session, we want to say handle submit. All right, just like this. And this feature, and this we are going to be coding up later. All right, now handle submit. Now here we want to say actually fetch wish list. All right, we're going to be creating that, and then after this one handle submit. So this is going to be our use effect, and let's now create the fetch wish list, the first one. So const fetch wish list equals to asynchronous function, just like this. And here we want to say, if we have a session, we want our try and catch block. If session, we want our try catch block with a block error, and inside the try block const rs await axios dot get, and we are gonna get the everything that we have in slash API slash wish list. All right, here we get our wish listed items. And if we want to say over here array dot is array, and then we want to say response dot data dot items, then what we want to do is set wish list, we want to say response dot data dot items dot map, and here we want to get the singular item and then return the item ID. So item dot underscore ID. So this one is it. Then we want to have else statement here, and inside the else statement we want to just log unexpected error or format data, and then here we want to say res.data. All right, so we have this one done. Here we have the error, and we can add a those.error. All right, and error fetching wish list. So after this one we can add handle feature. All right, we can have our handle feature. So const handle feature equals to asynchronous function, and it's gonna take the product ID over here, and inside we can have a try catch block with a log of error. Alright, so let's make this smaller. Let's go up here, and here we can have also toast error, failed fetching featured facts. So here we have that. Alright, or updating error fetching, or no fetching, but updating featured product, because this is gonna be where we set it here, right? If we click on it, we're gonna set it. So now let's go ahead and say over here const res equals to await axios dot put, and here we wanna make a dynamic slash API slash product slash featured slash and product ID call. Alright, after this one is done, we can say toast dot success, and we can say here successfully updated featured product, and handle submit, just like this. We can do that, and after this one we can create the handle submit. So const handle submit equals to, it's going to be a function as always, and it's going to be a asynchronous function as well. And if we're going to say is searching, then return, and here we want to say set is searching. Let's format this. So set is searching is gonna be true, to have that little loading that we have, right? So this little loading every time we're searching, or every time we're getting something from our database. And set loading is gonna be set to true as well, and set error is gonna be set to null. Alright, after these three, we can have a try and catch block. So let's log our error, and do we need to do anything? Okay, so we can leave that like that, and here we can say const response equals to await, and by now you should be really good at this, at making Axios calls and everything, and you should understand everything that we're doing, because we are nearing towards the end of the course. So slash API slash products, alright, and all, I'm typing it slow so I don't make mistakes, and then it is gonna be params, alright, and this one has to be an object, because this is how we destructure it back in our backend. And another object here, page, alright, current page, and limit is gonna be the items per page, alright. And after this response here, right, we can say if response dot status equals to 100, or response dot status equals 201. Then what we can do is set products with response dot data dot products with an S. So after this one, set total pages, we can say that it is gonna be math dot seal, and here we're gonna say response dot data dot total that we get back divided by items per page. Alright, this is how we know how many total pages we need. And then we have this catch block over here, and here we can log the error, and then we can say here set error. Here you can learn how we are having that little error message over here. So that is going to be the little error message that says cannot fetch product, and here we are setting it. So we're setting it with whatever we want here. So let's say failed to load products. Please try again in a few seconds, because our database is sleeping, right? So those dot error, and we can have the same thing here. So copy, paste, or you can leave the toast error if you want to. So, and after this one we have a finally. Alright, and inside the finally we can set is searching to false and set loading to false. Now next what we can do is have the toggle wish list. So const toggle wish list equals to asynchronous function, and it is gonna get the product ID inside here passed, product ID. Inside here what we have is if no session, there is no user to wish list anything, router dot push us to the slash login page. Alright, and just return. So this one is set now. Toggle wish list is set, and toggle wish list is so the if statement is set. Here we also want to have a try and catch block. Alright, try and catch block. Let's log the error inside the try block. We can have a toast error over here, but you can include it, you cannot include it. I'm just gonna leave it. And then you can have here if inside, alright, wish list dot includes, and this is gonna be the product ID. Alright, and this if wish list dot includes. Alright, so here we open up the if statement and we say await access dot delete, and here we want to make API call to slash API slash wish list. Alright, and then we want to pass in data is gonna be product ID. So after this one we want set wish list to be the wish list dot filter. Alright, so this is the front end. In the back end it is already done, so now we need to do it in the front end. So we're gonna filter by ID over here, and then we're gonna say everything that is not equal to the product ID should be inside the wish list, and the one that we don't want, which is equals to the ID that is found inside the wish list, we don't want that. So that is how that works. And after that we can have a toast dot success, and we can say removed item from wish list. So this one works now, and it's nice to have in our admin panel. And now we can go and handle add to cart. So const handle add to cart is gonna be a function that takes the product ID, or rather the product, and inside this function we want to say add item, and we want to give it in the product, and our zoostand is gonna handle that, and we're gonna have a toast dot success over here and added item to So but this needs to be here, so let's cut here. All right, so handle add to cart is now done. Now we need to handle change page, so const handle change page is gonna be a function which has the new page, so new page, and inside here set current page is gonna be the new page. Very simple, very nice. So we are saying here next if loading. All right, then we want to return our loading error component. All right, and here we want to say loading true, and we want to copy this, paste it. If error, we want to say here error true, and error, pass it down. So this now is completed. Now we can go to the brand one. So let's go to the brand one. Here we have a little bit of logic as well. This is not a huge file, but we have some things to do here. So inside here we're gonna be having a use effect. All right, effect snippet and the brand down there, and let's delete everything here. So here we want to say const fetch products equals to asynchronous function that is going to fetch all our products, and set loading is going to be set to true in the beginning, and then we can have inside here a try, catch, and finally block, and then finally. So here set loading is gonna be false. Here we're gonna log the error, and inside our try block, and also we can set the error, set error over here, and say error loading products, and then we can have the error. So inside the try block we can set okay, so this needs to be here cut inside the try block when we are making the try feature or the request. Then we're saying const here response equals to await access dot get, and we want to make a dynamic slash API slash products slash brand. All right, slash, let's give out the brand call, and we don't need to pass in any arguments, and set products is gonna be the response dot data. All right, so this one is done. Let's go down now from that, and we're gonna have another use effect snippet. Let's do that, and this one is gonna be with a dependency of session, and let's delete this, and here we can say also here fetch products, so this runs. All right, now here what we want to do is say const fetch wishlist equals to asynchronous function again, and if session, then we want to have a try catch block. Here we can just simply log the error, and inside our try block we can say const response equals to await access dot get, and we want to make a regular call to slash API slash wish list. So now we can just say if array dot isArray and then we want to check if the response.data.items that we get back is an array. Then what we want to do is set wish list, and we want to set it with response.data.items.map .map, and item over here singular, and we want to say item dot underscore ID. So we want those, and then we have the error block over here, and now we want to here fetch wish list. So now this is completed as well, and what we can do now is handle the wish list update. So const handle wish list update equals to, and this is gonna be an arrow function, and inside here we have the product ID, and after the product ID is adding. All right, and inside here, if we want to say is adding, then set wish list, all right, with the everything we have inside the wish list plus the product ID, so we can immediately see it inside the front end. We don't need to refetch our database. And else we want to say here set wish list, and we want to say wish list dot filter. All right, we want to filter for the ID that we don't want inside. So let's say ID isn't equal to the product ID. So we have this one done now too. And let's do this. Now we can use the loading error component depending on what we get. So if here, just like we did it before, but we're going to do it a little bit shorter here. So if we have a loading or we have an error, then we want to return the loading error component, and here we want to say loading equals to loading and error to error. So this one is done now too, and here we have the product grid that we created from the component. So this one is done now, and as we can see, our website works. We have no errors over there. Now what we can do is we can go to the next one. We can go to the, what was this? This was the products. Now we can go to the product right inside this page. So let's go inside the product. Here it is empty. Okay, so we need this folder. Let's rename, copy, and then a page.jsx. So product, new folder. All right, and then a new file, page.jsx. So let's open this and see what we have here. Copy and paste it inside here. Let's close those two. So here we have a bit of logic as well, and this is gonna be done here where we say logic goes here, and we are gonna have a use effect here as well. So use effect snippet, and all these, you know, these imports, what everything here done, we have talked about that extensively in a bunch of other videos. So here, this one, the dependency is going to be the product ID, then it's going to be the router change and the session change. So inside this one, what we can do is have a const fetch product, fetch product equals to function like this, and this is going to be a asynchronous async function. All right, and inside here we have a const response equals to await axios dot get dynamically slash API slash product slash, and then here we're going to say product ID, just like that. So we can get our product, right? We can fetch the singular product that we want to display here. So if we go inside one of these products, gonna be this one. So alright, our database is sleeping. So it's gonna be oh, we cannot click here, we have to go here. So it's gonna be this, right? Displaying all of these products, and we have coded all of these sections. We're just gonna import them inside this page. So let's do this now. So here we can say set product response.data. All right, and if session, we can say here check wish list. We are gonna be creating that function shortly. So check wish list status. All right, and then we want to say here response.data._id. all right, so after this one, this should have been fetch pro. This should have been this. We need to cut this and put it in a try catch block, paste over here the error block, just log the error, so we have error logs, right? And router pushes 404 inside else set error, finally set log. Okay, so now we need to I think we need to do this a little bit different. So here, let's delete this. Here we can say if, all right, error dot response, and there is a error dot response dot status equals to 404, which we have indicated in our backend. We have very good response status codes. Router dot push us to /404, and you can create this page, have a nice 404 page inside here with your own styling. That is also very cool. And else we can set error over here. It's gonna be failed to load product. All right, and also we can log error now. So, and after this catch, we can say finally block set loading to false. All right, and finally like this. So after this one, we need to say here fetch product, and we need to say here fetch all reviews, just like this. We're gonna be creating that shortly. So after this one is done, we can now go down and say here const average rating equals to all reviews dot length, and then we can say all reviews dot reduce, and then we can say here count review arrow function account plus review dot rating divided by 0. No, dot rating here is gonna be that, and then we divide this by all reviews dot length. So we have this one now, and now else we have 0 review rating. So this is our average rating there, done. Now we can say const fetch all reviews equals to this is gonna be use callback, and inside here we have a asynchronous function. Let's open this up and try what am I doing? Try catch block, And here we can have also a finally block here that is gonna set loading to false, and the catch block is gonna be set error to say here, failed to load all reviews. So failed to load reviews, and then we can say log error. Alright, so inside the try block we can set loading to true because we're starting to load stuff, and then const response equals to await axis dot get dynamically slash API slash is gonna be a review slash all reviews, and then product ID just like that equals to, and our product ID dynamically passed inside the URL, and we get that inside the backend from the params. And set all reviews is gonna be response dot data dot, we name this reviews, right? So that's how we access that. And we have the error here, and then fetch all reviews. Here down from this use callback we need to give it a dependency of product ID, so this changes every time the product ID changes. And then we have a few other things over here, which is gonna be the fetch all reviews we have done. So this is gonna be the check wishlist status. So let's create this, the check wishlist status. So const, we're gonna say here check wishlist status, and asynchronous function, and here we want the product ID. So product ID inside over here we want to have a try catch block. Let's go like this, log error. In the try block what we want to do is we want to say const response equals to await axis dot get. Here we want to go and slash API slash wish list all. So here we are checking if the user can actually wish list all. Here we're checking the wish list status, and set is in wish list. All right, we want to set this in wish list, and response dot data dot items, right, dot sum, so sum, and here we want to search for the singular item and get back the items that are equal to the item that is equal to the product ID. So item dot underscore ID equals to the product ID. This is how we're checking the wish list status, if it is inside the wish list. Then we have the const next image. All right, it's gonna be here arrow function set current image index with the previous index, and arrow function, and inside here we can say previous index equals to previous to the product dot images dot length minus one, or previous index minus 1, and this one. So product image requires that. Then it's if previous index is length dot minus 1, then set it to 0, otherwise set it to plus 1. So if this is minus if the product images.length -1 is equal to the index of the page, then set this one to 0, then set it to +1. This is how we cycle the images. And then we can just copy this, and here we can say previous image. Then we have the index, and here it is gonna be just the -1. That's all there's to it. And then we have the handle add to cart. So const handle add to cart is gonna be very simple. You will see, because we already have the store configured, and we can say add item here with product, and then we can say toast dot success. We can say added item to cart, and here next, sorry about this. So next what we can do is say const toggle wishlist equals to asynchronous function that is going to toggle our wish list from positive to negative. Or no, if it is going to check if we have no session, if we're not logged in, then router dot push us to /login. Alright, and then return, stop everything and return. So after this one, alright, what we can have inside here, inside this if after the if statement over here, we can have a try and catch block and say here log error. Inside this try block we can toggle the wish list. So if it is in the wish list, we're gonna be unwish listing it. If it is not in the wish list, we're gonna unwish list it. So if we have done this before, so is in wish list, now we want to remove it, so await access dot delete, and we want to go to the /API /wish list. Alright, and here we want to add something. The data is gonna be the product ID of product dot underscore ID. Alright, and this is gonna be triggering our remove wishlist feature. And set is in wishlist. Here we want to update the front end, or well, is in wishlist. Here the state to false, and toast dot success, we want to say removed from wish list. Alright, now this is done. Then we want to have a else statement over here under that, and we want to say await access dot put or post in our case here, which is going to be /API /wishlist, and we want to say over here product ID product ID. We don't need data, I think, and it's going to be product dot underscore ID. All right, and after this one we can say set is in wish list, and we can say here true, so that's gonna toggle this button, right? So that's gonna toggle this button. If we click on it, we make the call to our database. Now it is yep, and we set it to false, or we make it to the database, then we set it here to true. So in the database it gets updated, and our front end it gets updated as well. So we can see it instantaneously, and we don't need to refresh the page. That is the beauty of useState. And after this one, that is set to true, we can say toast.success here added to wish list. Perfect. Now what we can have is some if loading, and if it is not, then if there is an error, and if there is no product. So if we can say here loading, we want to have our loading screen, we want to say here return and div class name of flex justify center items center age screen, background gray / 100, and inside here we want to have another div with a class name of animate spin. Then we want to have a rounded full, then age of 32, W of 32, border top 4, border bottom 4, border blue 400, like always. Alright, and this one is done, and then we want to say if there is an error, then we want to return div with a class name of container and mx auto, so it's in the middle, bx-4, by-8, and text center and text red /500, and we want to say background red /100 and rounded LG. And inside this we want to have an h1, so let's have an h1 error over here, and here a class name of text to XL, font bold, margin bottom of 4. Then we want to have a paragraph over here with the error dynamically, so whatever the error is, error. Alright, now here do we need, no, we can leave it like this, it already has the text right over here. So now if the final thing over here is the if there is no product, then what we want to do is return null, just like this. And here we render our product detail that we did in the components, and we're passing down everything. So we can save this. Let's go now to our website. Let's go now to this page. Let's see if we can load it. So loading, okay. Alright, so products, product grid, current products. Current product is not defined inside the product grid. Okay, so let's go over components, product details, image, and products grid, current products. All right, so let's take a look here. This one is not defined. I think we product grid, so we're not I think it's this one. Set current products. Let me think. Maybe we have misspelled it, right? Maybe we have just misspelled it, and we cannot. We just cannot find it. Product coded current products, huh? Let's take a look over here. We have the router, so we have the use effect, I think we're missing a bunch of stuff here. So we have the use effect, then the handle change. So we have these, right? The use effect, then we have the handle sort, set current page, product grid, huh? So here what we need to do is we need to include, we are missing some logic over here. So let's say const, let's say useState state snippet over here of total, no sorry, so const total pages equals to math, I know what we're missing, math dot seal, and then we can say here products dot length slash items per page. Then we miss the const start index, all right, equals to current page minus 1 multiplied by items per page. Then we're missing the const and index equals to start index plus items per page. Then we're missing, of course, the current products const current products equals to products that we're passing down dot slice, and then we want to slice the start index to actually have pagination, and the end index we only want those. Then we're missing here a const handle sort equals to, and then we have the order over here, arrow function. After this one set, we can say set sort order, and inside here order, and then we can say const sorted products, we can say equals to an array of the products that we had dot sort, and here we're gonna say A, B to make it fast, and just return us if order equals to high to low, if high to low, all right. All right, so order, sorry, return b dot price minus a price. So we are sorting by price. Else, if we want to say over here order equals to low to high, all right, if we're searching that we want the highest price items first, then return a dot price minus b dot price. So this one is done too, and then after these two, all right, but still inside we can say no, sorry, after this one return 0 if that is not the case, and after these two we can have the set products with the sorted products because we are sorting them now, and set current page with page number 1. So we go back to the page number 1 with the sorts, right? And then we have the handle brand change, that is good. And then let's take a look now at our website. So let's go back to the, all right, let's go back here. So let's go now to our model, watch model, like let's go here. So here we go, here we have it. Let's see if we can wish list stuff. Can we do it? Something is wrong. Access error again. fat, you see we just made a mistake here, so we need to go to page, sorry, we need to go to product ID page.jsx. Alright, now to product, let's find this product here, and something is not right here, so what was this? Fetch all reviews. So okay, now let's trusted is not defined. Product image gallery. So okay, product image gallery, which is not defined. The trusted here, huh? Okay, this needs to be true. Let's see now. Product all reviews.length. What is this? Undefined. Okay, well, let's go back now. Here, all reviews.length. Where do we have that? It has to be, let's take a look. Average rating. Okay, so average rating, where is this? Handle add to cart, fetch all reviews, product products, product ID. Line 48, let's see, line 48. Dot length, all reviews. Okay, it tells us over here that lowercase method get inside the API wishlist all. So let's go here, API slash wishlist all, and here we have a small get. So we need to do a big get over here. Okay, big post, big delete. Alright, so now what do we have here? Next auth route, can't resolve next auth slash route. Auth options from, where is this? Review route. Alright, so review and route. So you cannot get this auth options, right? So let's delete this and let's do this, and it's gonna import it. Or no, let's import it ourselves. Let's do this. So, because this is with these dots, so let's go add. Where was this? Utils, right? Slash config slash no. Where is this? Auth options. Where is the auth options here? Utils. No, library. No, it is inside. I forgot where this is. Utils. Models, cloudinary, no. Config, models. Where was this? Let's see where this was. Auth slash auth. And down the next auth. Alright, so slash auth. Okay, so add slash auth app slash API slash auth slash next auth slash route. So let's see now. Okay, so what does the console say? What does the undefined, huh? Alright. Go over utils, config, database here. Okay, we fixed that. Okay, we fixed this one, right? And then we need to, now let's see. So we cannot resolve properties of length. Alright, our reviews are not loading. Now let's go over to reviews. So let's see here. Alright, let's see here. So register reviews, right? All reviews. Which one we are hitting? Let's see what we are hitting over here. So inside the product page, fetch all reviews. So review all reviews. We have not spelled this good. Alright, now it should work perfectly. So alright, not again, okay. Product ID. So let's go over here, review all reviews, search. Let's copy this, paste. Okay, it's good. From the product ID. Now, okay, this is not showing again, huh? That length. Okay. Maybe there is a problem over here. Let's see. There has to be a problem over here because this cannot be like this. Connection, search params, new URL.request. Okay, product ID, search params.get, product ID, no product ID. Okay, 404. Then reviews.find, product ID. This one is good. Dot populate the username, dot profile, image, good. We're sorting it, and then it's this one, huh? Alright, so we're getting it good now. The wishlist is good. We are fetching it good. But we cannot do this length. Okay. So where is this? This one, huh? Let's say average rating is 0. Just for the sake of this. Okay. So what was it before? All reviews, huh? Okay, now let's control do this. Let's say const average rating equals 0. Just leave it like that, right? And let's just log all reviews. So let's see here. All reviews. Let's see what we get. Console. Alright, so we get line 54, we get undefined. Our all reviews are undefined. Set all reviews. Let's see here. Set all reviews. Reviews. What we're sending back over here is the response.json review. You see, we're sending back a review, and here we're trying to access review. So that is not correct. It is review. And now let's uncomment this. Now let's go ahead and delete this and uncomment. Now it should work, I hope. Right? Now it works. So we have a dynamic. So now our product page. Okay. Reviews fail to load. Why? Fetch all reviews. Again, false. Product ID. Now let's see. Okay. Here we are accessing reviews. is in wish list. Okay, so what are we not fetching over here? Reviews.length is done. So fetch all reviews.review. Alright, now this one is good. Okay, now let's check this one, customer reviews. Let's products details single page, huh? So let's go over here, products details single page, all reviews. So let's log single page and then all reviews. Let's see what we get inside here, right? So let's see, console. What do we have here? Here, review section, huh? Review section has more is not a function. Okay. Review section has more is not a function. Okay. I think we need to fix this one first. We're gonna be fixing these one by one. So review section. Fetch reviews, right? Can review, no. Now this should do it. This should do the trick. Customer reviews. This is not... Okay, so do we get anything back over here? Okay, user has not purchased the product. Alright, that is good. We can do this single page. So all reviews. Okay, so what are we passing? Review section. All reviews, all reviews. Right, so review section. Okay, so okay, we are at the review over here. Fetch all reviews. Fail to load. What does this say? Fail to load. Okay, I think it's here. Fail to load. So review section, huh? Review section. Says you failed to load. API review all reviews. This looks good. We're done doing the product ID here, right? So we definitely have a problem here, review section, right? And we need to go to the fetch all reviews because we cannot do that. Fetch all reviews, rest await, access.get, API / review, and then product ID. This one is good. Set all reviews, dot reviews. This one is not correct. Let's try and do this again. Alright, let's do this whole thing. Here I think is the problem. So let's say here asynchronous function. Alright. Set loading to true. Const response equals to await access dot get, and then let's say dynamically here slash API slash review slash all reviews, and then product ID equals to the dynamically product ID. Alright, after this one we can say set all reviews, and we can set them with response.data reviews with an S, and asynchronous function. Now let's cut this. Let's have it in a try-catch block. This one is going to be here. In here we're going to have the log error, set error with failed to load all reviews, and finally here set loading to false. Let's see now. So let's do this. Alright, so it works now. Everything seems to be working perfectly. And let's go now here. Let's take a look at all this. Here it works. Add to cart. We can finally add to cart stuff. Let's go proceed to checkout. It's gonna take us here. And let's see what happens if we do this, right? Still loads. It loads and it loads and it loads. We have to watch this, alright? We have to fix this. And wishlist doesn't work. I think the wishlist doesn't work. Here, does the wishlist work? The wishlist doesn't work out here too. That is strange. So we need to fix the wishlist here and the proceed to checkout. We're going to be doing that in the next video so that this doesn't get too long. So in this video we're going to be fixing the errors where our checkout was not working. Alright, in our website our checkout was not working. So in the downloadable content of this video you can download the starting files.zip, and there you have API, orders.js, and a checkout. So let's go over to the API. Let's open this up. Let's go to checkout route.js. So copy whatever is inside here. Go to your API, checkout route.js, paste it inside here. Now let's go to our order.js file, copy whatever is inside here, go inside the utilities, models, order, paste it inside here, and now the last thing, go to checkout and go to this page.jsx, copy whatever is inside here. Alright, let's close all of these things, and now let's go to our page. So let's close API to page, checkout and page.jsx, paste everything inside, and now close your application and restart it. That is very important. You have to close your application, restart it, because we modified the order model. And now let's see. So let's see what we have in our database quick. So it's loading there. So here, connect. We have our orders. We have one order made. So this is now loading, and now we can just say test name, and then city 1 for like 4, and then street 4 55 like that here, and then USA checkout, and let's wait. Now it's gonna take us to Stripe. So as you can see, now we are at the Stripe hosted checkout, and we can say here our email, right? And then 4242, our test card 222, and then test 11 here, and then pay. Let's do this. All right. Now continue shopping. Now let's go to our profile. As you can see, everything works, but we don't have our profile done yet. So let's go to our database. Here we have the second order and paid false and pending because we don't have our webhook set up yet. So in the end of the course, we will set up our webhook and then we will try the live order. But we can create orders now, and if we go on users, all right, or no, here, if we go on orders, yes, and the user has, so we have the email, and based off the email we can search the order. So everything is working perfectly. Now we can also clear the cart and we are done. So I made it like this because I spent like 2 or 3 hours figuring out where the error was, and the error was here inside the order. We didn't name this correctly. All right, here, and I also left a comment. Changed from street address with 1D to one with 2Ds, because here we are passing it down like this, as you can see, with 2Ds. You see here, name, city, postal with 2Ds it was here, and the API also was with 2Ds. So this was a nightmare to find. As you can see, one typo can just break your whole application. This is why it's very important. So here, ensure this matches the front end. All right, I left a few comments for you guys. So this was the mistake, and I wanted to go one step further and be sure, and so we just copy the 3 files that we need to have right to make this happen. So until now the whole application is working perfectly. Everything is working like it should. All right, so in the next video we're gonna be coding the what we can do is we can code the remaining, or no, we have 4 more, so we need to do the profile page, right, and the searched products. All right, so in the next video we're gonna do the profile page and the searched product page. So see you in the next video. Welcome. So in this video we're gonna be coding up the profile and the searched product page. So let's go ahead and download the downloadable content. Over here you have the starting files. Let me quick do it here. So alright, so when you are going to be watching this video, you can download this from the downloadable files, right? The starting files. And here we have the search products and the profile. So let's go and incorporate the profile first. Let's open this page up and let's create a new page inside our app. So new folder, profile, and here a new page, .jsx. Alright, and now let's copy everything from here and let's paste it there. So here, let's go ahead and incorporate the logic first, and then we can see what we have. Right, or first we can explain the imports. So we have just the basic imports that we always use. We have a bunch of icons. We have the cart component from ShadCN, and we have the imports from the components, the order list, the wish list, the settings, the avatar. They're all components that we have done before, and we are just importing them here, right? So let's go ahead and implement the logic. So first we're going to be having a use effect snippet, and with a dependency of user. All right, and here we're going to say if user, all right, if you have a user, set profile, just like that, and we're going to be setting it like this. So name gonna be user.name or empty string, and then let's copy this 1, 2, 3 more times. So this is gonna be email, and this is gonna be also email, and this is gonna be the admin and admin, and here is gonna be false in default, and this is gonna be the image, and this is gonna be the profile profile image or image. We have both of them set in our state, but I will leave it as profile image. So after this one is done, our user is being set every time we visit the page. We can go down and we can say over here const handle edit, and we can say here arrow function with set is editing to true. Alright, and then we're gonna say here const handle save equals to asynchronous function, just like that, and here we can say set is editing false, and then after that we can say try and catch block log error. Inside the try block we have a const response equals to await axios dot put, because we want to update something, slash API slash update user, and we want to give in something here. So email, we want to give in the user dot email, then we want to give in the name, which is going to be the user dot name, and we want to give in the new email. Alright, and we want to give in here the profile dot email. Alright, so here we have those set, and after this one we want to say if, alright, if response dot status equals to 200, everything is okay. Then what do we want to do? We want to say await update. We want to update the state to have it render immediately, and session, everything that's inside the session, meaning the user that's currently logged in, with the new user. And user, here we can say session, alright, dot user, and then we're going to say here name profile dot name, and email, let's get rid of this, email is going to be profile dot email, just like that. So we can have this also updated in real time. If we go over to our real website, let's go over here, and as you can see, let it just log us in. If we go on profile, right, here we can say edit profile, we set the state is editing to true, and then we want to say here Osmani2, right, my name, and then here, and the state are also changes in real time, right, and then we just save it, or we can leave it like this. So that's what we're doing. And after this one we can say here toast.success profile updated successfully. So this one is done now, and we have the if statement, and we can have here an else statement as well, and we can say toast.error something went wrong while updating profile. And now let's copy this here as well. So this one is done now. Now we need to incorporate our const handle change equals to arrow function that takes in the event. Inside here we want to say set profile over here. Alright, we want to set the profile with everything that's inside the profile. We want to spread that e.target, right, dot name, and make sure you spell it right. And this is going to be the e.target.value. Sorry, here dot value. So we're giving the name of the field the value that we are putting inside the form. After that one we have this one, the render profile content. We have just a card component with personal information like the input for the name, and while it is editing we are showing this input over here that we can change, and if we're not editing we're just showing the profile name, right? The email, if he's an admin, and everything. And here we have the, if we're editing we have the save changes button, if not we have the edit profile button, and this one changes the state, this one handles the save. Now we're rendering render wishlist content, right? We're rendering this wishlist component, and render setting component, we're rendering the component that we just created, right? And here they are. So if we go down, here they are. So those are it, and those are going to be these three, all right? Because this is a component in and on itself like we created, and if we click those we are rendering that over here, all right? So that's basically it, what we're doing there. Now we can close this. That's completed. Now let's go ahead and do this now. Rename, copy the name, go back here. Now inside the app, new folder, paste the name. And now let's go back inside. Let's go and copy this. All right, here, new folder, paste, and then inside here we want a new file. So page.jsx. Now let's open up this and let's see what we have here and what we need to incorporate. So let's close it, paste it here. So we have just some imports, some states like empty states and stuff, and then we have the rendering of the product grid. All right, this is gonna be the search product. So where do you find this? So if you go on the real website and, oops, sorry, not there, that's not where we are supposed to search, but here. So if we go here and you have a lot of, I think if you have more than 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14, I think if you have a lot of products, I made it so that you have a watch all button, or like a searched product, or like open a page where this is gonna be the search term, right? So let's go ahead and have our search, so navbar and search drawer, right? And do we have a watch more here? Handle search, okay. No. More details, no. Notice I'll show all, right? Here. If it is above than 12. So let's make this above 10. First 12 result and then the are bigger than 10. Then, okay, let's do this here. Let's test this after we create the page, right? After we create the page, we're gonna test this one. So we have the search term, searched products, right? Search term, and it should say search all results, and it should take us to a page. So here, what we want to do is, we are going to be testing this shortly, and the profile component, everything. So let's say use effect over here, snippet, then search term over here. Then next, what do we have here? We have the const fetch products, all right? Fetch products equals to asynchronous function, and inside here we have a try catch block, log error. Inside the try block we have the set loading to true. Alright, then we have the const response. By now this should all be second nature to you. .get over here, and we're gonna say slash API slash products slash and then search term. So here we're getting the products back, and set products over here, we're going to be setting them with response.data. Simple as that. And then finally here we're going to say set loading to false after this one is completed. And here don't mistake this, so fetch products, because we made this mistake once, we're not going to do it again, to call the function as soon as the page loads. Alright, so then we have use effect over here, snippet, and session here. Then inside this one, what we want to do is say const fetch wishlist equals to a sync function, and then we want to say here if session. Alright, then we want to say try catch block log error. Inside the try block we want to say const response equals to await axis dot get, and then slash API slash wishlist. Alright, so here we go. We have our wish list, and then we want to say if, as always, array dot is array if the response is an array, so response dot data dot items. This is how we send it back. If this is an array that we are getting back, then set wish list with response dot data dot items dot map. There's a lot of dots over here, with a single item that we are getting back from here, so item dot underscore ID. Alright, so the IDs of the wish list are set there, and here we want to say else if that is not the case, log error, and this one is completed. Now after this one, what we want to say here is we want to call this, so fetch wish list always. Now next, we need the handle wishlist update, so we need to say const handle wishlist update equals to, and it's gonna be an arrow function that takes in the product ID and the loading, so product ID, and is adding, sorry, not loading, but is adding. So after this one, if we're gonna say is adding, then set wish list over here, we want to say with everything that's inside the wish list and the product ID do. Alright, and here else, meaning we are taking something from the wish list, set wish list, and we want to say here set wish list dot filter, and we want to say here ID like this, and it's gonna be ID that's not equal to product ID. So everything that's not equals to the one that we wanna remove, because that is what we want to remove. That's how we can understand that. So if loading or error, we can have our handy loading component return. We can say here loading or error component, and here we can pass in the loading error with error. This comes very nice in handy when you're building applications. And then we have the product grid, and then we just populate that, and it's gonna be just like every other, just like the product pages. So let's go ahead now and open a integrated terminal. Let's run npm run dev. Let's go to our local host. So local host, let's see what's gonna happen now, and if everything is gonna work. So it's gonna compile for a few seconds, and we're very close to finishing our website. Next, in the next video, we are gonna be coding up the shipping and the returns and the warranty page, and it's gonna be completed. Then we can focus on deploying the website on the internet, and it is completed. And we're also gonna get the real Stripe webhook API, real Stripe webhook secret, sorry, and we can have real payments coming in our website. So now let's search something. Well, but we don't have that many products, right? So this is disappearing. Okay. Alright, so this one, okay, so alright, so we have to make a few changes and update a few things. So let's go to API and search over here. Alright, here we have the get thing, right? And here we need to remove the response. Alright, only a request over here is important, right? And everything else I think can stay the same because the response is not there. We don't need that. The params are here. Search params, right URL. So now let's try this. Let's see. Okay, so nothing is working now. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so cannot read properties of undefined replace. Alright, so I think this one needs to be we need to edit this. Alright, so let's say here const alright URL equals to new URL and request dot URL from the URL, then const search term equals to URL dot search params dot get, and here we want to say the search from the params, right? And now if let's say here if no search term over here, we want to return this one. Alright, 404 400 here cannot find search term. Okay, that is good now. And now the flexible search regex pattern, these are good. Alright, this is good. Case insensitive, join, everything is good here. So I think no, we copied this from the file, so this should be good. Then we have the search term, then try, we have the find product, or right here array, then we have name hashtag regex search time regex, which is good. Description is good, and the search term regex. Alright, so these look good, and we have dot populate user created add -1. Okay, so if found products, return that. Alright, and we can just do this. So return next response find product, and we can just say we don't need else. Okay, so there is a else. Okay, so alright, so what we need to do is we need to have here try catch block, and this one is gonna be here, not in a if else statement. So this one is gonna be here, and this one is gonna be here. Alright, so this if else can go away. Alright, now this one should be good. Now what do we need to do here next? I think we need to change something in the search drawer over here too, which is gonna be we need to better have these things. So we need here we need to add the const and first 12 items and set first copy, and just like this. Use state. Alright, empty array, and here we want to remove this result array, handle close, handle change, search term, search open. Okay, those are good. Now we want to have a use effect here, use effect snippet, and use effect is imported. Okay, and here we want to have the results array, and then we want to say here set first 12 items with the results array dot slice, and then we want to say here 0 and 12, or let's make it 10. All right, so this one is good, and here we can say bigger than 10. All right, so let's try. Let's try now. All right, so okay, so this is not working. All right. Alright, so everything is working now. As we can go now in the site, and or let's search here mod 3, right? We will have only the mod 3 and it stays. Or if we say just mod, we have all the mods, right? Or updated, we have only this. So this is working now, the search is working. And in the downloadable content, now you will have also the search drawer, right? You can copy everything that's inside here and paste it inside the nav bar folder in the components and the search drawer over here. Alright, you can just paste everything there, and you can go ahead and close it, and then you can open the route.js. I reverted it back to the original form, right? And I added a few comments of the changes, and I think we made a mistake inside the regex. All right, I take a good look at it and I fixed the problems over here. So let's copy this, and you can paste this inside the API/product/search route.js. All right, paste it inside here, and now I can show you that it works. So let's say here Seiko, all right, mod 3, now it works perfectly. So this one is fixed as well. Let's go and check out the profile now. If we go on profile page, if we click on it, it will take us here. So edit profile, to save changes. Okay, that seems to be working. Let's check our database if the profile page is working as well, because we want everything to work nicely before we deploy our website. So here, users, and then name. Alright, so the name is not updating. Alright, so I went ahead and I fixed, oops, sorry, this one is not in frame. So I went ahead and I fixed our update component over here, why it was not updating. So if we say here update, so if we look at our database, the name is just Jumali Osmani. We save it here, we go back to our database, and now it is updated. So now everything is working like it should be. And I will show you where the mistake was. The mistake was here inside the profile, where we were sending back the session.user.email, and the session updates after we make the API call, because this is an async call, right? It has its own pathway. It doesn't wait for the session. And that's why we need to send the profile.email, the one that we give inside the input. So that was all. The route here is good. You should leave it like this, and the profile page and the search term just how we fixed it, right? So here now inside the downloadable content you will have also, so let me just get those ready. So inside the downloadable content you should also have now, this is gonna be the same, this is gonna be profile like you downloaded in the beginning. Then you should have a profile final and update user, right? So inside the update user you have the route here. If you want, you can copy this and paste it inside the route here. It is going to be the same, and then you can go ahead and open the profile final, and this page.jsx has the code for the profile page over here. And with this one set, you can now update your profile with no problems. If you cannot, just find the mistake as I did, which was here inside these three, right? Either update these three or go a number safer. I would do it, go a number safer and just paste in those two files, and you will have that in the starting files all with the other things. So see you in the next video. Welcome. So in this video we're going to be coding up the final 2 pages of the project. So let's go ahead and close all of these, and let's see what we have inside the downloadable file. So we will have a starting file zip folder. Here you will have the warranty and the return and the shipping return. So let's rename this first. Copy. Let's go here and create our page. Alright, and here inside the page.jsx, so page.jsx. And now we can open this up. And we can copy everything from here to here. And this is just a plain Tailwind CSS site. Page. So we can leave it like that. And then we have warranty. Let's rename it. Copy the name. Go back here, new folder, paste, and then new file, page.jsx. Let's open this up. So copy and paste. So now let's take a look at our website, and it should be finished. So npm run dev, and our website should be fully finished, fully functional, and ready to be deployed to the internet. So in the next video we are going to be deploying the website inside in the internet, so you can access it like this, for example, like this, with a .vercel.app URL, and then you can buy your own URL in Vercel or another URL provider, and you can start selling with your store. So in the next video we're going to be getting the Stripe webhook key. We're going to test the payment, and the app is going to be live or deployed. So the app is working, as we can see. Alright, let's go over everything again, but we have tested everything until now, right? We have tested basically every aspect of the site till now. So yeah, this should be nice, should be easy. Okay, there is nothing. Alright, so why do we have one error over here? See, I think we just, yep, we have one error. Okay, so let's try to fix this. Good thing that we are testing stuff, right? So let's go to, what page is this? Brand, and then, okay, so let's go to, this is the products, then brand. So products, brand, and inside here, then we have the product grid. Alright, let's go to this one. Alt click, and then we have the filter. So let's see if we can filter by price. Let's modify one of these. So products. So let's click one of these, let's modify it, and let's change the price. So let's do here, price is gonna be 2,800. So, or like a lot more than these others, right? Let's now refresh it, and okay, so this didn't work apparently. So the price here is good, but why doesn't it show here? They're all the same. Okay, now let's go to products. You see we have a bit of a thing over here, right? Nope, not that application. Sorry, I misclicked. Now let's go over here. Let's see what's happening. Well, let's see what is happening. So products and price. Where's price? So price here 1 2 1 2 and 1 2 original price. Oh, we changed the original price. Okay, so that makes sense, because I was like, what is happening right now? So we need to change this. So let's say here, let's add another 0 and let's make this a 5. So update. Alright, now it is working. Let's go now here. Let's say high to low. Okay, low to high. Low to high does not work. High to low, low to high, nothing. Alright, so if we say high to low, it works. But if we say low to high, we need to wait, we need to make one of them very low. So one of them is gonna be this, 1000. So let's go back now. Let's see what is happening. So low to high. Okay, low to high is not working. Alright, so the low to high, this one. Low to high, high to low, low, here is the T not good, and that should fix it. We had the T in lowercase. So low to high it works now, high to low it works now. Okay, but this one does not work. Let's see. To lower, we have a big A over here. Inside product grid, line 60. Let's go there now. So product grid, line 60. So to lowercase, so A like that, and now we should be good to go. This error is fixed as well. So here we don't have any models, that's why we get the error. Alright, that's why we get the error. So let's create another. So with Rolex we have these. Let's create another product. So create product. Let's say here, let's get rid of these. Let's say browse, and then let's create this one, open. Alright, done. And Rolex over here, Submariner date. Alright, this looks good. And let's say here 12, and it's gonna be 9000. Submit. Movement. Alright, let's just select one. Now let's go create a product again, and let's add one inside another category. So let's upload these. Let's see, what do we have here? We have a few pateks. So let's say this, and this. Or no, maybe we should, sorry, we should have gone and taken. So 1 2 3 4 5. See, oh, we are deselecting them now. Oh my god. Okay, so alright, open all of these nice images, done. And let's say here this one is it. Let's say here rose gold, iconic bracelet, brand new. This is gonna be 8.5. That's how thick this watch is. I know a little bit of watches. And the movement over there is that, and we have here, yeah, you can add a bunch of things over here, right? Price gonna be the 500. It was, now it's gonna be 100. Let's say 100. 5000. Alright, so submit. Now let's go back here. As you can see, it looks good, right? So we can wishlist it, add it to cart, and we can wishlist it, add it to cart too. So let's click on this. Here we see the, well, you can find better pictures, so the quality is better, right? And so let's, and also make the width of the images also be fitting. I just have random images here, right? They need to be the width of this one. You can figure it out when you are uploading your images here. So everything looks good, and yeah, everything looks amazing. The reviews work, we have tested that, and proceed to checkout. Let's see what we get. Do we get a new order? So orders, we have only 2 now. Let's see if we can have okay, Alright, so let's give in these details, proceed to checkout, and now I should, yep, we're hosted now at Stripe. The only thing that is missing is our webhook, so it can verify our payment. So let's go back, continue shopping. Now let's check our orders, and we have 3 orders. Here it is. So we have everything over here, and inside the profile we can also find those here orders. Alright, so here we have it pending. Alright, detail pending. So here we have a loader again. You can always change these loaders with loading, you know, when we were coding them. If loading, then we have those small little divs, right? So this one seems to be loading infinitely. So this is orders. Let's see if we can load another order. Maybe that one was bugged. Alright, so we don't have this setup, right? So we need to fix this. Let's go now to the orders here. Orders, single order, because we are going inside the single orders folder. And here we go, loading to false. And we're never fetching the order, so fetch order. That was an easy fix. And now we should be good to go. Alright, so we have undefined. Okay, let's go back here now. Where is this? Inside the orders, line 96. So 90 here. Alright, so let's say here. Alright, once the product is known to us, then we're gonna access those. So let it fetch first, right? So what's wrong now? What is wrong now? Okay, let's see what we get back. Alright, we get back alright, so let's see here. Refresh the data. Let's log response dot data. Let's see what we get what we get there, right? So inspect console. Let's see what we get there. Maybe we're not populating it. Let's go here. Where do we make? So API slash orders, API slash orders. Let's see here now. And then order ID. This one is not right. I think. This one is not populating our thing. As you can see, we have the cart products, price, product, quantity. I think we need to go inside the product over here. See what we get back now. Order not found. Okay, so bad response. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go, let's close all of these now. So what we need to do is we need to go inside the backend, and we need to go to orders. Let's check it out. So orders, order ID, and here we want to say dot product, and here we want to say, where is dot, inside the orders and inside the route. So in both these, right? Dot product. And now let's go. And here it is. We can watch the orders now. Let's go to the profile, let's go to orders, let's click on one of them, and here we go. We can click on the items that we bought, and we can see the status of our order. And also in the admin panel, if we go on orders, okay, so we get nothing back here, right? So this is another fail to load resource. Okay, access error, bad request with code 404. Alright, now let's see. Limit 5. Alright, so here we have an error as well. Let's go and fix it. So most likely is gonna be inside the API again. So let's go back inside this one. It looks good. Let's check the all orders over here. So if we go on orders page here, we render this all orders from the here from our component. So all orders. Let's see now. Alright, so this is not correct. This should be here like this, because that's not a new path. It's inside this path, and we're just getting these params, right? So now let's see if anything is gonna change. Okay, so here we go. This one. Alright, we have not a number over here. That is not good. Alright, so let's try something here. Total order state is gonna be 0 or 0 here. Now let's see what we get. Page 1 of 0, that's not good. Let's go here now. Okay. This also seems to be good, because we're counting the documents total order, right? Okay. Nothing seems to be wrong with this. Let's check. 0 of 0. Alright, so that's not the problem. So I think I found the mistake. It is inside the orders route over here, and this one is not right. So let's cut this. This should be here. So either this or that, not inside there, because that renders it invalid. And now it took me a few minutes, but let's check it out now. 1 of 0. Okay, now let's go here, all orders. Let's delete this. We don't need that. And now okay, it's 0 there of not a number. All right. This one is tough, huh? This one is tough. All right, so we were looking in the wrong place. As we can see, let's get rid of this. So our API or request inside the all orders component is as follows: API/all orders (page), then we give our page in, and limit, we give our limit in. It is inside the orders admin. So let's go here, not inside the orders. We were looking here, right? We were looking here, but here everything is good. Here everything is fine. This is working. If you go now back here, the orders, right? Here everything is fine, everything is working. But if we go here inside the admin orders to find all the orders of the store, it says not a number. Alright, this one is not right. So let's go here inside the orders admin route, and again the same mistake. that we had earlier with these, with the or statement. Now this should be perfect now. Now let's go. Now this should be perfect now. Now let's go to our page and refresh it. Ooh, not a number again, huh? Okay. So we are fetching, okay, search for IAMs. But we can see these. This is working. Okay. Count documents, alright. So let's see what we get inside here, right? So log response.data. Let's see what we get. And maybe we can debug it as we go. So we get an object. Let's see, line 29. Line 29. Do you have a line 29 over here? No. Undefined. Okay, undefined, undefined. Then we have this. Okay, then we have this. Alright, again, nav bar. Orders, okay, has more false. Total orders of 3. Orders, we have 3. Alright. But we have the numbers, right? Length, numbers, has more. Okay. Maybe we need to have some more orders. Let's go ahead and create some more orders. So let's go log out over here, and we can still visit this page. We will fix this as well. So let's go sign up. Let's see how we did it inside the login. So let's go to sign up, and we fixed this problem. So let's copy this use effect. Let's go to all orders. Alright, let's go and paste it here. And we need the session, the router, and the status. So let's go here, let's get router, session, status. Copy these, let's paste them up here. Alright, use router from use router. Let's import this and use session from use session. Okay, so now if we want to go back to orders, router. Alright, so use router. Next router was not mounted. Okay. Why isn't this working? This should be working. Next router, use router. Let's paste it here, and this one let's say here. Oops, sorry. Here, right? And these two here up. Use session. Use session is not defined. How? Let's restart it. Let's see what happens. So these are small bugs, but I wanna. Okay. Next router was not. Okay, let's remove these for now over here. It doesn't really matter that much. Or let's see here how we did it here, right? Use router from next navigation. Oh, okay, so let's copy this. That was so, all right. And let's copy this. Let's go here, not next router but navigation. That was such a bad mistake. Alright, so let's copy these and let's paste it inside here. Now this should work. So we fix this. Okay, orders.map. What is this now? Order is not defined. How? Line 94. Maybe we took something out of here. I know we took something. Yeah, orders. We took the orders out. So next navigation should be there. And now if we do this, okay, so we're not logged in. Now let's go over here, and if it's not authenticated and there is no session, then we want us. Alright, now it works. We cannot access that protected page now. Nice. So this is the good. Now what we need to do is let's create some more orders. So let's create some more orders. Let's go to proceed to checkout. Let's say here. Proceed to checkout. Let's see now. Okay, this order is created. Let's go back. Let's go proceed to checkout, and now this. Okay, let's create this order now. Now let's create one more. Or let's create two more orders so we can actually test this. So here. Alright. Now let's do the final one. And we will get to the bottom of this. Because the website is basically completed, these are the small errors we have to fix, and we are good to go. So now let's log in with our Google account. Alright, now let's go to orders. Let's see what we have over here. So we can go there, but it's not a number here. Okay, maybe it's the way we render it. Of total pages. So this one is not defined. Where do we get that from? So this is not working, huh? How do we do it here? How do we do it inside the where do we have pagination? Products, right? Products, brand. So here we do this, right? This is our. Let's see what the total pages are. Where do we have this? Oh, so this is not a number, alright. So total orders. We know what total orders is, right? Let's go over here. So total orders now. 7. Alright, so this should work now. Let's do it how we had it before we changed anything. So let's say total pages here. Math dot seal. Let's do it slow. And total orders divided by the limit. That should work fine. I don't know what is going on over here. So okay, we're here. Orders, not a number. Okay. Let's see, let's log this too. So we're logging the data and let's say log. Let's see what this gives us. Not a number, right? It should be not a number. 0, it's 0. It is undefined. And it takes us somewhere else. But we can switch through these. Alright, so I think I found it. Here inside. Alright, because we can access, we see the total orders. This should not be not a number. There is no chance. So here we have total orders, okay. And total. Okay, so let's copy this. And let's say this. Odors? Really? We spelled it odors from the... You see? Total odors. We have made a mistake over here. Total odors. But we will leave it like this because this is how we spelled it. Or let's go ahead inside our backend while we're at it. Why not, right? So where do we get this? Admin. Admin. Orders admin. Orders. Or R here. Orders. Total orders. Alright? This one should be here. Orders here. Total orders here. And here. Alright, so now let's go back here. And R over here. Now let's refresh. And we should be having... So now it works. One small spelling error and the whole thing just bricked. Alright, so I will leave these two pages so that, okay, which page did we work on? The all orders we worked on. We worked on the brand and we worked on this one. So I will leave the whole product folder so you can copy paste these pages that are working right now if you didn't follow how I fixed these errors. And I will leave the orders, order ID and orders admin. Alright, so I made the files ready. So inside the starting files, when you download it, you should have the front end folder. Here you have the products, the brand page.jsx. You can copy everything inside yours. And then the all orders, you can copy everything here inside the all orders, right? You can copy all of these files that are here. Product, then copy this inside the product and page. Alright, here inside the product, products with an S, right? And inside the page, then in the brand also do that. And if it works, if you followed how I fixed it and it works, good. If not, here you have the complete files and you can paste them. Here inside the API you have the orders routes, you have the order admins route, and you have the products route. Alright, all that are working, so you can paste them in and the project works. So the website is fully functional now and it is working. Now what we can do is we can deploy it to the web, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. So see you in that one. Next, in this video we're going to be deploying our application to GitHub. So here we can see, so let's close this. Alright, so what I want you to do is copy everything from your project, my app, right? Copy everything here inside the new folder called whatever you want to call it, right? And just copy and just paste everything there. Alright, and so I went ahead and I did npm run dev inside the new folder with all the files we had inside our Ecommerce project and my app. Everything that we have in my app now lives in this new folder. So in this new folder, I tested it, it worked. Now let's go ahead and create the integrated terminal again. Let's close all of these others. Let's go to GitHub now. GitHub, let's create a new repository. Alright, let's create, so I will create it with you too. So let's go here and your repositories. New, let's say here, ecom watch Udemy 1. Public. Alright, public or private. You can make it public or private. I will make it private over here. So create repository. You should make it private as well. Alright, so copy this. Now let's say here git init. And also inside your git ignore, you should add this. Very important. .env here. Very important. Very important. .env here. And then we can say here git added dot. Alright, so after this one we can say, we can copy the third command, paste, then we can copy this command here, then we can copy this command here. Alright, we're just following along, and then this command here. Now it should upload it to GitHub. So everything now is in GitHub. We can refresh it. Alright, everything is in GitHub and our .env file is not here. You see, this one is not uploaded there. So this is what is good about it. So now what we need to do is we need to go to, let's go to Vercel. Let's go to Vercel. Here I will log in quickly, and you should create an account if you don't have one. Alright, so you should log in with GitHub. When it says create an account or login, click GitHub. I did this with GitHub as well, and now I can add new project over here. And here it is, ecom watch Udemy 1. Import. Now, what we need to do is environment variables. Alright, we need to go here. Copy these, copy. Let's go back here, paste. Now we have all the environment variables that we need, right? Over here. So deploy. And let's wait for it to deploy our application. And let's see if we have any errors or not. If we have any errors, this is going to show us here. So we have an error, could not resolve, okay. Okay, we need to add the legacy peer DPS. Now let's go to back over here. Alright, let's import this again. And build settings, build command. So here we're gonna say npm I and then legacy peer DPS. Environment variables is gonna be copied. Let's do this again here. Alright, and now let's deploy. Now that should fix our problem. Now let's wait for it to deploy our application here. So it's gonna take a minute. It's gonna take a minute. And after this is done, we need to change a few things. I will teach you where. You need to change a few environment variables, right? After we change those, we can get our webhook. Okay, so cannot resolve next auth route. So where is this? Notification preferences. Okay, so let's go here now. let's go app, API, notification preferences, and we need to get this route. So with the at slash why isn't this working? At slash, here we are. So at slash this is gonna be app slash API slash auth slash this and route. Alright, so now we can go here and do this. Git add, git first commit, then we can say git push origin main. Alright, now this one is done. And now we can go back. Alright, and this is just now import build settings and npm I and the legacy peer DPS that we set. So this one, legacy peer DPS, environment variables. Let's copy our .env again. Alright, copy, let's go here, paste it. Okay, it's not copied. Alright, so copy, paste. Alright, now let's try this again. Let's try this again and let's see if we have any more errors that we need to fix, because we use the dot instead of the at, right? So this is gonna queue our build. It should start any second now. So the build has started and we're just gonna wait until this finishes. Alright, perfect. So the website has finished building. Now we can go to dashboard over here, and now we have a URL. So we can click this and now everybody can access our website. This is really nice. And we can log, and we need to create a new Google credentials now. First, let's go over here to deployments. Okay, let's see, domains. Yep, sorry, domains. Oh, okay, so edit this. Let's say here can redirect no main website. The domains are as a product. Okay, so we cannot change that. I think we should leave it like this, because we need to buy a domain and we don't want to buy a domain. We want this to be hosted for free. So now what we want to change is go here, copy this, now go back here, deployments, settings, sorry, environment variables. Now here we have the, alright, so let's go back and see. So next auth URL. So let's go here, next auth URL, we want to edit this to the new URL, save, and we want to here, what we want to do next is we want to go back and check, so this and this, next public URL. So next public URL, edit, so save. Alright, so we have those. Alright, save. Alright, so we don't need to change anything there. Environment variables are set. Now the next thing is we need to go to Google credentials. Alright, Google platform here. Now let's go to API services. Let's go to credentials. And here we have one, create now API. Let's create OAuth client ID. And then application, web application. And let's say web client 2. Or let's name this on Vercel. URI and URLs. So these ones we need to see how we did them here. All right, so /API/Google/callback. Let's save this somewhere here. Now let's go back. All right, let's create the credentials again. Let's say web application on Vercel and URI. We're gonna get our new URL paste slash, and here we're gonna add this one. So cut it from there, and let's say here with one slash here, or remember. And now, okay, now create. Okay, so we have the client ID, copy. Now let's go back inside here, our environment variable. So Google client ID, we're gonna edit this. We're gonna paste the new one, and client secret, we're gonna copy this, and we're gonna say here client secret. Okay, save, sorry. And then client secret, let's go Google client secret, edit, and just paste it in, save it. All right, now let's go and check our application if we can log in with Google. All right, maybe it will. Okay, I think we need to redeploy. So what deployments? Let's say redeploy. So this is gonna build our application again, and we can now wait for this to finish, and I will be right back when this finishes. All right, so it is deployed. Let's go inside our, so here we have it. Let's refresh Google, and now we are logged in. So our real application works now with Google as well. We can close this. The last thing is we need the webhook. So let's go back to our, let's go to Stripe, go to, so dashboard, right? We are on dashboard, overview, you're here, right? Let's go to webhooks. Let's add an endpoint. So here, the endpoint, let me remember. So it's gonna be our application, all right? And /API/webhook. This is what we created, right? So here, /API/webhook. All right, nice. So, and here is gonna be that, and events, select events to listen. So this is gonna be exciting now. I did a screenshot, so let's take these out of there. All right, so I did a screenshot what events we need to listen for. So this is it. Payment intent succeeded. So let's say here, let's make this smaller. Let's make this here. We're gonna be doing some things now. So, all right, so payment underscore intent dot succeeded. We want to listen for this. We want to listen for checkout session completed. Session completed. We want to listen for charge succeeded. We want to listen for charge session completed, intent succeeded. Okay, these are the three. Add events, add endpoint. Let's remove this. Let's make this back full view. Waiting for events. So we have here the sign-in secret. This is the, okay, the signing secret or reveal. Let's copy this. Let's go now to our environment variables. Let's go here to our, okay, so this is it, and settings. All right, this one is it, settings, environment variables, and now finally we can add this. Edit, paste, save. Webhook secret is now done. Stripe webhook secret done. Okay, so these are now saved. Now we need to redeploy our application, and let's wait for it to finish, and then we can test our checkout. Alright, so the website is done. Let's go ahead and open it up. Okay, so now let's go to the watches. Let's add this to cart. Let's go to proceed to checkout. Let's say test from live. Proceed to checkout. Okay, works. Now let's see our orders. Alright, so test from live, it works. Now here, test 11, let's say here, oh no, this one, now. So pay, test mode pay. Let's see what happens now. Okay, it's still thinking, Okay, it succeeded. Continue shopping. Let's see here. Waiting for events. We have an error over here. Internal server error at the webhook route. So we have a error over here, and I think this order did not update, right? Paid false, yes, okay. Alright, I think we didn't copy this environment variable good. So let's go back here, environment variable, and where is it now? Webhook secret. So okay, this one, let's copy this again. Copy. Let's go here. Where is it now? Okay, let's delete all of these. Okay, so edit. Is it the same one? It is the same one. Okay, this value is that. Space. No, we don't want that. Okay, so copy this. Let's go back here. Cancel. Edit. Paste. Save. Okay, so it's saved now. Let's now go back to our website and see if this works. So proceed to checkout. Proceed to checkout. This is the final challenge, and our application is gonna be done. So let's try this again. So let's try this again. Okay, done. Here, what do we have? Alright, internal server error. That didn't succeed. Okay. ID. So let's check this. Settings. This should work. This is very recent. Let's see now. Alright, so what we can try is here inside the vercel.json we can add these. Alright, we can add these changes. Here content type and stripe signature here. content type, Stripe signature, and we can save. So this file should look like this, the vercel.json. Now let's push everything back to GitHub. And now our deployment should start, because we have the right signing secret, right? We have the right one. We have copied this a million times by now, and now a deployment is upcoming. If we can see here, environment variables, it is EQL. It is this one. All right. There is no other way. So this one is good. Now our deployments. Let's see if that vercel.json changed anything. All right. And if we go here, let's refresh this. Here we have our vercel.json, and here we have the new file, right? So first commit a failure. What is this failure? All right, so that doesn't matter. 1 minute ago, 5. Okay, so we have it here. We have everything here, these two. Now let's see if this is gonna work. So this is still going, right? Still building. Now after this finishes, I'm gonna be back and let's see if this works. Alright, so the website has finished building. Let's see if those changes made any difference. So proceed to checkout. Alright, let's go. And here. Let's see if this works now. Okay, what do we have here? Alright, we have successfully completed our live payment. Now here we can see through payment and processing. So the only thing that we needed to do is have these ones, content type and Stripe signature, here and here. Alright, so make sure this file looks exactly like this for you. So the vercel.json file looks exactly the same as here for you, and inside here, inside the webhook, this is the URL, your URL from the deployment, right? After you deploy the application, /API/webhook, and here a reveal, you get the sign-in secret. You get the sign-in secret, and then you can go ahead and paste that inside the settings over here. So let's go here, right? This is our website, and inside the settings you can go to environment variables, and the Stripe webhook secret, you can paste that in there. All right, or no, this is not it. This one is it. No, which one is our application? No, production domain. Is this our application? I think so. Yep. So you can go on environment variables. So here, this one is it, right? Here, and you can just change this, and then your application should work. So perfect. Now the full application is completed, and what you can do is disable your testing payments now. You need to complete your business profile, and you will accept live payments, and your website is completely done. So thank you for watching. I hope this course helped you in developing the application, of course, that helped you there, and also learning a lot of new things and how we debug. And I wanted to leave the errors in so you can see how we can work around them and stuff, because errors happen every day, and so, well, I wanted to give you the full experience. I hope you liked the course. If you liked, leave it please a 5-star review, that would help me a lot. And see you in the next courses, and have fun with the website, and I hope you have a lot of well, customers for building them an e-commerce store, or if you want to sell something, I hope you have a lot of orders. So thank you again. Thank you a lot for watching this course, and see you in the next one.